for your compatriot in crime more than anything.
Well, I mean, I'm drinking a competitor coffee in the coffee.
Competitor coffee? What is it, Folgers?
No, it's Stumptown. Stumptown's like one of the classic Portland brands. Classic enough that they actually produce products that sell in grocery stores now.
All right, well, I believe you.
Yeah.
I don't drink coffee, so I have no clue.
What's your choice? Are you a non-caffeinator, or you just don't caffeinate coffee?
No, I grew up in a household where, like, from the moment I woke up, all I smelled was coffee and cigarettes, and I just hated the smell. And so now when I smell coffee, that's what I smell. I smell, and like I've never had a taste of it in my life. I've never I mean, I suppose I have. Like, I think maybe just because there was a remnant in a cup or something like that. But I mean, I've never like actually sat down and had a cup of coffee and drank it or anything like that. It just, the smell just makes you want to gag.
Which is the opposite for most people. Usually they love the smell, they don't like the taste.
Yeah, well, I probably don't like either. So
what if you loved the taste? It would be you'd find out.
Well, since like, what is it? They say like 70% of your taste comes from your smell. So it's like if they say plug your nose and eat something, and then you won't really taste what you're eating. So, yeah, there's something to that. But anyway, it is the 9th of June in the year of our Lord, 2021. Barry, you weren't in first. What's up with that?
Moving a little slow today.
Mm-hmm. Well, what's the occasion for moving slow?
Fucked up back and the weather.
From when you got ran over by the train, right?
No, it wasn't ran over by a train. It was actually a train door that took me out.
Okay. Well, what a lucky train door. A night out with Barry, that would be quite the occasion. Anywho, how's everybody? Ryan's here, everybody. Woo! Yeah, man. You're just waiting you're going to be doing some play testing?
Yep, I'm at Evan's coffee shop, and he'll be here soon enough, and we're going after the Empire expansions. There may or may not be several different pieces coming out for that, and we pretty well locked down the show it to Josh first version of it, first part. So now we're working on the second part.
No, I forgot to. I think I asked you this, and I'm sure you told me already. But it's going to be like modular, like you can add what you want, kind of thing, or
yeah, we're thinking. Well, the way it's shaking out right now is it's looking like one like proper expansion and then a modular expansion you can add on if you want to. And then we have lots of ideas for different modular expansions like that. So there currently is a more like the Euro-y aspect of the games, like more cards, more stuff you can do. And then there's going to be a aspect that's more just like cool stuff you can do with your castle, like different routes to build and things. So that's what we're working on.
Which one has the Vikings on longships?
As of yet, undecided. There's been talk of doing a port expansion one day, so definitely that one. But
yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Do you hear spooky ghosts above you? I saw you kind of the ceiling.
I hear people, and one of our dogs is so large that I can't tell if it's him walking down towards the door or if it's, and I can't see the door from here. But I kind of then I listen and I hear if it's our husky, he'll kind of spin around in a circle, then he'll sit down. But if it's somebody else, and it was the husky, I think he just went to go sit down on the cold linoleum to cool off. So
nice.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah. Anyway, here we go. It's June 9th.
You got a background cat.
Where's my?
Is that not?
Oh yeah, there she is. She's sitting back there, probably staring out the world, wishing she could be there. She doesn't. I mean,
you've like 20% increased your view audience by putting a cat in the frame.
Oh, look at this guy, spitting out disses already.
I mean, classic.
Yeah, classic. So let me see, who do we got? We got people in. Yeah, I'll just say hello to everybody. I fought the elves. Nice. Say hello to everyone. Evening, everybody. So, yeah. So those of you who pledged for After the Empire, the reprint, and for those of you who are waiting for the pledge manager to open up for After the Empire reprint, just to get my commercial out of the way, let's just put it this way. There was a way that you could sneak under the vat for the longest time, basically, and I'm not going to go into too long. You can Google it. There's some fairly important board game publisher bloggers that have gone ahead and said this is how you can handle that, and everybody can do this, and that worked for a while. But basically, in the last like 3 months, they slammed the door on that. Brexit had a lot to do with it, and a lot of things. I mean, this is just my take on it. I could be wrong. Brexit had a lot to do with slamming the door and what have you. And so you were able to, through many different ways, like kind of, finagle the system, so you would not have to charge EU customers VAT for things. But now it's closed. There's just no way around it. You can't get around it. And so we have to be able to charge VAT to our EU customers and determine how that's going to work. And so GameFound is working on a process to be able to add that automatically instead of having somebody within Gray Fox, namely this guy, go in and manually add the charge for each one of those orders after they've been placed. And then having to contact each customer and saying, okay, now we've charged you your $11 VAT. You need to pay that so that we can so then we can show that your VAT has been paid when it gets delivered, and then you don't get charged anything extra once the game gets to you. And so the long and short of this is that we're waiting on that to be able to load up everything in the pledge manager and get it out to people, and allow people to finalize their pledges. And if you missed out on the campaign, complete a late pledge. So that's where we're at as far as that goes. We want this to be delivered. I think we want it to be delivered to people and have our own copies come October, November, which we need to get that. The nice thing is that a lot of the stuff, there's only one new thing, right? And that's the solo deck. I mean, everything else we've printed off before. The big thing is that we have to have kind of a good idea of the numbers that we're going to need for the game and have extras and what have you. So the nice thing that the manufacturer is able to start the process, right? Getting all the tooling ready and get all that other stuff ready to go. So once we can open the pledge manager, we can get an accurate estimation of how many units we're going to need. We can then tell them, okay, we need, whatever, X number of thousand copies of this and X number of thousand copies of that, and go ahead and make that. And then I think 6 to 8 weeks to get it made, and then 6 to 8 weeks to get it on ships and get it over to us. So you're looking at a 4-month process. So if we can get the ball rolling before July, which is our hope, then we'll have it. And then we have every intention of going to BGG Con. I actually just emailed Jeff Anderson, the guy who runs BGG Con, that we will require our 10x10 booth, and he has said, yep, we got your spot ready for you. So we'll have a booth at BGG Con this year, and we will be in attendance. I think that's really the only convention that we're going to have a booth at. And we're going to, whoa, Grant, isn't it like 3:00 in the afternoon where you're at?
Look
at how bright it is. Look at how bright it is there.
Oh, it's like real light outside still. It's weird to be here.
I'm gonna meet
it is here too. I mean, you can kind of see it in my lamp kind of hides it, but that's just because I'm way up. I'm way up high, and I'm in Minnesota. So
I'm higher than normal because I'm in Oregon right now.
Oh,
so.
You're already in Portland or what?
No, I'm in Eugene. My mom lives in Eugene now.
You're in Portland. We'd have you come to our playtest session tonight.
Oh, that sounds fun. Sorry, I'm not there. I'm driving up with my mom tomorrow.
Nice.
But it is weird when you're like, man, it's still night. It's still light at like 9:15.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the whole thing is that when you were Grant, they said Grant is about to get interrogated for a heinous crime. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, Mr. Lion, let's go over it one more time.
I know. I mean, I guess I could go somewhere else. Sit
No,
somewhere
you're
else.
fine.
Yeah,
It's just like all those old cop shows. It's like, so Noah, you said you went to a ball game? Yeah, that's right. I went to a ball game. No, you said you went to a movie. Where were you? I went to a movie about a ball game.
The
No,
field
what was I
We're
saying?
actually gonna. So Saturday night we're gonna see Grant performing in Portland.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Wish I could be there.
Go meet him in person and all that.
I know. You nervous, huh?
Yeah, well, you're a big celebrity, you know. So I'm definitely a little shaky.
Grant and his
How big of a celebrity are you, Grant? How tall are you? 6 foot, 5'8",
No, I'm 5'10".
5'10"? I think that's what I shrunk down to.
Yeah. Very average.
I wouldn't mind shrinking up to 5'10". That'd be fine for me.
Yeah, where are you at?
I'm 5'7".
All right.
Yeah.
I was almost at 6 foot.
So I'm the weirdo at 6'1".
about 5'10" now.
Evan, I think, is as tall as you.
Cool.
But
My
weirdo.
brother looks. Everybody thinks we look exactly alike, but he's
That
like
poor
6,
bastard.
Yeah, he's like 6'4".
Wow.
So
Wow.
my whole life I've heard, wow, you guys look so much alike, except for you're a lot smaller.
Is Mom's in the board games, Grant?
She'll play and humor us because we like to do it. Her kids like to do it. So she will certainly play. We have figured out that we really need to play co-op games with her.
Oh yeah, one of those people. I got a buddy who's like, we should play co-ops because I mean, so then I can't lose unless everybody else loses.
Yeah, she gets like real competitive, but won't admit that she's competitive. Like, so it just becomes this like, no, I'm having fun, and you're like, well, clearly you're not. So
my mother will play like party games and then she's like really bad at them. Like one of her favorite games to play is what's that game where like you hand one person the spy card and everybody asks questions but they don't know where the spy doesn't know where they're at and has to try to figure out where they're at, like it's an airport. Spyfall, there you go. Yeah. Like she like really likes that one, but like she always just repeats a question she's already heard, like somebody said, you know, it's just like. And then she just gives really weird answers to things. Like, I mean, I remember one time it was like we were at like the zoo or something like that. And somebody asked her, it was like, Grandma, what did you have for breakfast this morning? You're like thinking, okay, it's like do you work at the zoo? Would you pack a lunch? You know, would you eat something quick? And she said, frozen waffles. And we all kind of just looked at her like, what? You know, just like, and it was like, it just made no sense. There was no connection. And then she was just like, and then of course her question is, did you have frozen waffles this morning? She asked somebody. It was just like, it was just like worst player ever, but whatever. Then she went out and bought a copy. And then like, whenever I go to the lake cabin, she's like, let's play Spyfall, everybody.
Yeah, that's like, nice.
Yeah, I guess it's nice that she's excited.
My dad is always very happy to play games. He'll play like anything. He's not always, you know, very good. I have a joke about how, you know, my dad's real bad at games where like he just can't wrap his head around. Like some games he really gets, and then other games, like if you play poker with my dad, he has never met a hand he won't fold. Like you know, do you know what checking is, where you like go around the table? Yeah. It could be his turn to bet first and he'll fold. And every time we're like, no, Dad, you can just check. And he's like, no, I want to fold. I just want to fold. Like, you're like, there's no money. There's literally no money in the pot. I don't like my cards. I want to fold.
My mom just texted me, says, I am not terrible. She just texted me that. Sorry, Mom. You know what my mom is? She is like one of the absolute
the truth teller.
No. I mean, no, but my mom is like one of the absolute best Pinochle players. Like,
Pinochle?
And you know, like,
I don't really know what that is.
So Pinochle is a card game. It's a trick taking card game where you play with partners, whatever. I've never understood it. I can't grasp it, but like, my brother would just say every single time that the family would, my older brother, when they sit down to play pinochle, like he would like demand to have our mother as his partner because she would, and because she could just carry him, and like, and I don't get it either. I don't understand how that all works, as far as the whole, like, you bid, we can get this many points or we can get this many points. I think my if you play with a different deck, so it's got different like numbers of types of cards in it, and like people say things like, well, we could probably take, and then there's a bidding round where people say we can get 15 points, or we can get 17, okay, we can get 18, until somebody finally like wins the bid. Okay. And then you try to meet that score, and if the other team can keep you from getting that score, then you score points. And I got buddies who play it hardcore for money, like $1 a point, that kind of stuff, and they get really in depth to it. So
that was one of my grandfather's favorite games.
I like
teach it to me though. He got too impatient. He was like a high level. Him and his crew was like, no newcomers. Yeah.
I had a buddy's grandpa teach us euchre at the lake one time when I was like 14.
I played euchre some.
Oh man, I like
that's euchre. Like the most Midwest
I've never
game.
heard of it.
I feel like everybody from the Midwest grew up like knowing euchre.
I've never heard of it.
Never heard of euchre?
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, if I remember that one, if I remember correctly, you only have 9s through aces.
Well, there's also multiple type. There's 5-card euchre and 6-card or 7-card euchre. There's multiple versions of euchre.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's a partner trick-taking game as well.
Yeah. I remember when my buddies would go down to the lake and we sit down and play poker. My mother would love to play poker with us, but she wouldn't play for money. She said, "Can we just play for fun?" So we'd play for fun. Yeah. Just play for fun. And my stepdad would watch us play. We'd always ask him if he would just sit there and watch us play. He'd just be laughing the entire time, just enjoying our banter and stuff like that. We'd ask him if he wanted to sit in. He's like, no. I think the idea of like losing money was uninteresting to him. I do remember we got my dad to play poker with us one night, and I think he lost like $60, and he said, "I've never played with you guys again."
So, last question for you to follow up on the earlier BGG statements. I'm curious, what do you think BGG Con's going to be like, a legit attended by publisher thing this year? Because Evan and I are thinking about it, but I mean, every other con feels like it kind of got the rug pulled out under it as far as like attendance from publishers.
This is what I think. I think that the guy running the show, and this isn't to kiss Scott Alden's ass or anything like that, but it will be kind of like smooching his ass. The guy running the show there has, he wants to run it because it's a business, right? And I know that BGG Con is something that is an income producer for him, and not having it last year was a detriment to his company. But I do think though that Scott's not the guy that he's not going to run it, and hey, you takes your risks if you show up. He's not that mentality. The way, if you read the update, I won't pull it up. If you go to BGG Con, you can see they're gonna so basically there was I think it was 1,400. This is just number I remember reading it. There was 1,400 people that signed up to go last year that did not ask for a refund to hold it over till the next year. And so those people are guaranteed. And then they're saying that right now they're looking at 2,500 people for attendance. And if they can, depending upon where the protocols are, like how many people are vaccinated, what percentage of the country is vaccinated at that point, where we are as a nation at that point, then they may increase the amount, right, of people they'll allow. And I think they had a max idea, and this is my memory of what they said, possibly up to 5,000 people. I mean, that's just my memory. I could be completely off.
That's what Scott said, I think.
Yeah. So, and you can, like I said, if you're watching this and you're wondering about it, go to BGG Con, go to Board Game Geek Con. They have a whole list. Like I said, I mean, it's the one where we'll go. My daughter will finally be 14, so she'll meet the age requirement. So she's going to come with. So
I'll be there.
Yeah, she's
You meet the
excited.
age requirement too, Grant?
Oh, are you a special guest, Grant Lyon? Are you?
No,
are
I
you-
just got my badge today.
Well, you
So.
can't buy them yet, so you must have.
Yeah, you
He
can.
knows a guy.
Oh, because you know a guy.
No, I bought my one for Gen Con. No, never mind. Sorry.
Okay.
Wrong
Yeah.
con, right?
We I don't think I'm gonna go to Gen Con. Because I mean we're not I know that like we're not having booths at either Gen Con or Origins. I know Shane has purchased like he's reserved hotels to both of them that are refundable. Like he can like that he could cancel if he decides not to.
Yeah.
And he's basically said like if it gets closer and you think you want to go, let me know. But
Is it just too early for you, do you think?
I mean, it's just one of those things where it's like that's two of them in September, right? Origins and Gen Con are both in September.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of one of those things where I'm on the Origins. I can take or leave. I mean, Origins isn't a bad convention. I've definitely had a decent time at Origins. What?
I love Origins. It's one of my faves.
Yeah,
I mean, going to the North Market and having the Polish sausage thing, and also in Columbus, Ohio, they have the German restaurant, the German Market restaurant that you go to, and they have like really good food there as well. So I mean, there's definitely food that's really good food to be had. And it's a good in Origins is kind of a fun place, but it goes a little bit too long for what it is. I mean, after you've been there for a couple of days, definitely at Origins, I'm like, yeah, I could go.
Well, you don't have to stay the whole time.
When you go, I mean, I don't know. I mean,
this
I
is
guess
Lance.
you're right.
It's every con with him is like this.
Yeah, but I mean,
I miss my family. Boo hoo! Want to go home? It's every con. It's not only
yes.
this.
I'm sorry. I have a family that loves me, and unlike you, so I guess
they love me. You just need time away from each other sometimes.
It's one of those things where
another dog.
But Gen Con, I mean, I think about it just because Gen Con is just kind of like the con, and it's just it'd be nice to see people, but it's also a place where I always end up spending like $1,000 too, and I'm like, well, puppers.
Yep.
Keeping $1,000 in my pocket and not going isn't such a bad idea.
I don't think I want to go to Gen Con. I really don't. I just think it's too many people.
Want you there either, so
I thought about it. I really don't think I want to be around that many people.
That's fair. So, can you guys go through what are the biggest conventions? Gen Con, Origins, PAX Unplugged. Are there any other that you would put in that big category in the United States, not in Europe?
I mean, the big ones are. I think you hit on that nail on the head. For board games. Those are the ones. I mean, everything else is kind of like a smaller.
And then the medium ones you would consider BGG, Dice Tower,
Geekway to the West.
Okay.
Yeah, Dice Tower East and West. I mean, are both.
What's that other one on the West Coast? Cubicon or something?
Kublai.
That's a pretty medium-sized one.
I think so. I've never been to it, but from what I hear, yeah. Yeah, I think that's about it.
All right.
What about that War Gamer one that used to be in Pennsylvania? Move
Adepticon.
No,
yeah, I remember Adepticon. Yeah,
that one's all War Gaming.
World Board Gaming Associate or I can't remember the name of it now.
Yeah, it's all board gaming. It's all like miniature war gaming there.
No, they had board games too. But
it was like war game. I think that the focus was on war game board games. And if you wanted to go there and sit down and play some GMT stuff, there'd definitely be options.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not where you're gonna be cranking out a feast for Odin and having people gathering around begging for a turn. So
yeah.
What do you think are some other good conventions that weren't mentioned in that list?
Well, I mean, then you start moving into like smaller local stuff, right?
Yeah.
In San Francisco.
What?
I think it's KublaCon is what I'm thinking of.
Yeah,
that's the one. Yeah, Kublai.
Where were you 5 minutes ago? We met you.
I was texting you something.
Unplugged was a decent. I don't know if they still do that anymore. Unplugged, that was a decent if you're going for that reason.
PAX Unplugged, I thought
No, not
was...
PAX Unplugged. Remember the board game designer one?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
I don't
PAX
know if they
Unplugged
still
is
do
good
it.
though. I like PAX Unplugged.
So PAX Unplugged, I've been there once, and I think I liked it to a. I mean, I dug the fact that, like, you know, I mean, it was like right there in downtown Philadelphia, right? And there was something really cool about like, I was staying at this Holiday Inn that was like basically this Holiday Inn that was like crammed into like probably an old apartment building it was, and they just turned it into a Holiday Inn. And I was staying there. And I mean, the nice thing about it was, I mean, I couldn't really, there was like a huge open, like take, if you've been to BGG Con, take the main gaming area where everybody's sitting down at tables and playing games, take that and like double it. And that's like the size of like the area people are playing board games in. But there wasn't like any real weird like side room stuff going on, which is another thing I don't like. I don't like being in a giant amphitheater where like you're basically, it feels like you're in the world's largest high school and every single class has lunch, you know, and it's just like everybody's, so there's just that roar, that white noise roar in your ears. I'm not a fan.
That's just how the convention center set up.
Yeah. And then the weird thing about PAX Unplugged, and maybe they've changed it or they're going to change it, was that like it was like it was at like an auto show. There was no carpet on the floors. It was just like it was like no frills. It was just like, and then, you know, and there wasn't like, nobody showed up there and set up a big giant cool booth or whatever. Everybody was just like, hey, you know, buy my muffler, you know, like when you go to an auto show, and that's what it was. You know, I mean, people had a few stands and things like that, which was fine and everything like that. But I mean, it was just a different feel. What I loved about it was the fact that like it was like a 10-minute walk to the hotel and back. The hotel was cheap from what I remember. And that was still when I was working at TMG. And I remember like it was like 10:30 at night, and I was just like, I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Like there were like 10 different restaurants that were open, because it's like it was basically a bar crowd that like all open. That you, and not like going to like an Arby's. No, it was like there definitely was like an Arby's that you could walk to. But I mean, no, you could walk into like a you know, a sandwich shop, or you could walk into like a pizza place and buy a couple slices of pizza or whatever, right? There was all kinds of those places just within walking distance, and it wasn't tough to find, and it was easy to get there and back, and you know, the weather was nice enough, you know, and it was good. And I would definitely go to PAX Unplugged again. But I don't know. I mean, I think the pandemic, I mean, this, once again, I could be proven wrong, but I think the pandemic hit at the absolute worst time, because it was kind of growing. Like people are like, this is kind of cool. There's this East Coast convention, and then all of a sudden, I think it was like one of those things where the pandemic might have killed some of the momentum that it had. We'll see what happens, right? If they they haven't announced if they're going to have it or anything yet this year. So
yeah,
I don't think it killed the momentum for it. I mean, there's nothing on the East Coast for board games until you get to Florida. Yeah.
The best thing about BGG Con is that there are tons of places where if you want to play a board game, there are tons of little like nooks and crannies and convention areas and like little places where you can go and sit down and play a board game with people, and it is relatively quiet and you can enjoy yourself. And you don't.
Why I don't like Gen Con, because it doesn't have any of that.
Yeah.
No, Gen Con, you want to play a board game? And somebody already squatted in all the good spots in your all the good spots in your lobby. Well, you're shit out of luck.
Yeah.
Just like,
or you can pay to play somewhere for like half.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You can pay $11 so you can use a table for 4 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's why, I mean, like, I know a lot of people that go to Gen Con that like they I mean, I don't know if they do this anymore, but they would plan way ahead, and they would get these hotel suites, right, where they would just, you know, they'd have tables and whatever. And definitely I've been to, there was a there's a the guy who designed, oh man, I can't think of the name of the game. Greenbrier published it. The mythic folklore, what folklore affliction, the affliction of folklore. God, why can't I think of that name?
I don't know.
Anyway,
Doesn't
big
matter.
giant
Move
cool
Yeah.
dudes on a
Folklore
map.
the affliction.
Yeah,
Folklore the
folklore
affliction.
affliction. There you go. So the guy who designed that, this Nuno guy. I mean, like he is like a heart surgeon in real life, so he would always have like the top floor penthouse of one of the close by ones with him and like 3 or 4 of his board gaming heart surgeon friends. And like we'd usually get the invite, like, you know, almost, yeah, come on over, you know, eat and drink and play board games with us. And that was nice. Just a big giant nice open area to sit around and play games with.
That does sound very pleasant. Evan's here now also, by the way.
I'll be right back.
Oh, he'll be right back.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
We'll be here.
that house gaming seems like the way to do it. Like, go to like, this is amazing. Was there like jacuzzi gaming too going on, or what?
Not that I was aware of, or that I experienced anyway. I just kind of
What happens in Vegas?
what happens in Vegas.
What happens in Pennsylvania?
We don't talk about that.
Coal mining.
I don't think there's much of that anymore. Actually, I'm trying to think.
As Shane says, he said, like he was like, he said, I don't think I'm going to have a booth at either Gen Con or Origins. He said, but I'm definitely going to go and like if the time works out. He said, I'm definitely going to go and I'm going to schmooze and I'm going to take meetings and I'm going to talk to people. And he said, I make way more money working out deals and figuring out things between, you know, other publishers and things like that over beers at a bar than I do at that booth any day of the week, you know. So, and I think that's just an excuse for him to go to the bar, but you know, not that he needs one. He can just go whenever he wants. He's a big boy. He can do what he wants.
Well, I think we might check out BGG. Evan wants to go for sure. We've always wanted to go. It's just we never get tickets in time. But now that we're actually at the time this year, we might. But it sounds like it's going to be hard to get a crack at it if most of those 1,600 people want to go. We'll just see.
Yeah, I'd like to go back.
You can mention to Tim Eisner all day long if he wants to be on the show. He can be on the show. I love Tim. Tim's
Can I
good.
just share a link with him?
Yeah, share the link that he sent you. Yeah,
Cool.
Tim can be on anytime he wants. I like Tim.
All right, cool.
He's a good egg.
So Grant, how's the comedy coming? You getting your everything?
Yeah, what's your next board game joke? What's your next board game bit that you wrote?
Oh, what's the one I wrote this past week? I just wrote one. I mean, the shows are going pretty well. I definitely feel a little rusty on
You
stage,
still feel rusty?
but I'm enjoying it, you know, and the audiences are fun. The audiences have been real enthusiastic. I think they're excited, you know, to be out. They're smaller than
they shrank. The people shrank.
Yeah. Is that good or bad being a comedian? I mean, the energy.
Honestly, it doesn't matter. It matters how enthusiastic
the crowd is.
I'd rather have 20 people that love it than 200 people that are indifferent.
Would you rather have 20 people that love it, or would you? How about this? Okay, let me put it this way: would you rather have 20 people love it, or 180 people that are indifferent and 20 people that love it in a crowd of 200?
I would rather have 20 people love it and 180 people that are indifferent.
Okay, so having the people there is you'd rather have a crowd of 200 as long as 20 people there were like just thinking this is hilarious.
Well, yeah, I mean, you didn't really. That was a pretty easy choice because that had the exact same amount of enthusiastic people in it as the other.
Okay, how about this? Crowd of 200, 20 people loving it, 20 people hating it, and 160 people not caring one way or the other.
I don't care if people hate me at this point.
It's like any good comic, yeah.
How about this
I've had
then?
People want to fight me. I've had people, you know.
How about this? How about this? A crowd of 200.
Yeah.
And one person having the most fun they've ever had in their entire life, and their amount of joy will never be equaled again, no matter what happens to the rest. 199 people don't even care that you're there.
I would take that because that one person is going to go tell everybody about me. and that does more for my career than a bunch of people who, the worst thing you can be is forgettable, right? I mean, there's a lot of people that are like, that guy was funny, and then they never think about it.
I would disagree. I think the worst thing you'd be was somebody who axe murderers 20 people, which you would not be forgettable at that point.
Yeah.
Hey, it's always an extreme with you, ain't it, Lance?
No, I'm just trying to be contrary.
All right, here's the joke I wrote yesterday.
All right, here we go. Here it's drum roll.
Yeah. During the pandemic, there was some article, I can't remember what it was, but it was like New York Times or something like that, about how board games are good for your brain. And I think every gamer was emailed that article by every single family member. Like, my mom sent it to me. My aunt sent it to me. My brother sent it to me. People were coming out of the woodwork. Like, dudes I hadn't heard from high school were like, I've seen your Facebook posts about board games. Have you read this article? Yeah. Yes, I've read that article. And what the article was saying was, it was arguing that board games help with cognitive skills, memory formation, general brain health. And every gamer read that article and was like, yeah, obviously. I didn't need ink and paper to tell me that. I've played Terraforming Mars, okay? Do you know what terraforming means? I bet you don't, because I do now. Your brain hurts after playing Terraforming Mars. If it was bad for my brain and it was hurting, I'd be pissed, okay? I'd be way more surprised if there was an article that was like, board games make you dumber. And I would be like, shit. Well, I guess I'm going to get real dumb then.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. So that's what I wrote yesterday.
I like
That's
it. We'll report back how it goes on Saturday with that.
Yeah, I won't be doing that on Saturday.
Yeah, it's not tried enough.
No, it's not. It's for gamers. I can't do that in front of a regular audience.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know. I mean, it's Portland, man. Portland's your best shot at that landing.
Yeah,
He's got a point.
that's the thing. The hard thing about this, the hard thing about writing all this, I'm trying to build this hour of board game stand-up, and I just don't really have the opportunity to try it out much because they are specific jokes that are for a specific audience, so they won't go well in front of a regular, because people will go, why the fuck is this guy talking about board games so much? Like,
maybe you can do like local conventions as your testing grounds and then do it. Like that's
I'm doing it for the first time at Kineticon.
Kineticon. That's nice.
Yeah, which is a local convention out there. So, but I'm
Wasn't Anthony a part of that at one time, Lynch?
What now?
Remember that one up in Connecticut? Wasn't Anthony a part of that at one time? That small con.
No idea.
I'm trying to remember. He invited me up, and it was like in February or something.
Oh no, it's not in Connecticut. It's in
Coldicon.
Yeah.
No, it's called Con of the North, and it's held in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
No, not that. It was Anthony Ricano was part of it.
Well, I don't know. Maybe Anthony should come
I
back
remember
on
him
the show every
talking to
once
you
in a
about
while,
it,
and instead of being like vanished forever. So
Eric Sumner
Forget a
was
con.
part of it. I can't remember the name of it.
Forget about it, Con.
Yeah. I was just thinking to myself, I'm not going up there in February.
Yeah, it's the Conan. No.
We're talking about PAX Unplugged, and I like it. Lance was less enthused. But,
really?
Yeah.
Well, what did you love about it? You tell me what you loved about it.
It was. So we went to PAX Unplugged for the first time after Gen Con 50, at which we had no possibility of pitching to publishers because Gen Con 50 was absolutely bonkers. We still pitched a couple things, but like for the most part, just everybody was too busy. Then we went to PAX Unplugged where everybody was, but it was more relaxed. People had more time. We actually got to play more games. There was space to play games on tables. Like it was just like a breath of fresh air comparatively as far as access to publishers for pitching and just space to play games.
You've been what, 2 or 3 times now? 2?
Yeah, 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Have you? I went the first one. Yeah,
Yeah.
the first one. Then all the health issues. If I do go to a con, that'd probably be one because it's only an hour up the road. You know.
Yeah.
We
really liked it.
What's that one called?
PAX Unplugged.
PAX Unplugged.
Oh yeah, I haven't done that one yet.
Yeah.
But I'm literally part of the reason I'm asking you guys is I'm writing these down for potential ones to do this show at.
Grant, there's on BGG.
I know, I know, but it's like there's like over 200, and I don't
really?
know.
Is that you don't know? Okay.
I don't know all. I mean, I know
If you're wasting
some
time,
of them,
yeah.
but there's just. I mean, there's so many that I'm like, I don't know which ones of all of these are worth it.
I did look in that. Yeah, there's one in DC by Maryland. It's in Maryland is where it's held, but it's right by DC. I can't remember the name of that one. That's a fairly decent small one. Yeah.
There's Geekway to the West. Great Fox guys know that pretty well. It's in their turf.
Which one?
Geekway to the West.
Yeah, I got that one down. That one's like more of a medium-sized one in my mind.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, we like Origins, PAX Unplugged. I really want to do BGG.
Yeah, I got all those ones down.
I believe there's one in Jersey that holds them like quarterly. I just can't remember the name of the clubs. I'm sorry.
There's DexCon, and that's the one that like double exposure runs. And I like those people. I've met those people at convention at other places.
Vinny, he's a good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're on so early, Grant.
Alex can't seem to get his thing to work.
I'm on early because my family's at church right now. So eventually I will, when they get back, I'm going to jump off.
Yeah. Tell Sender he needs a receiver, man.
Yeah.
Alex, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just can't figure out my video camera.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Sender, can you hear us?
Yeah,
you might have to you might just have to restart your computer. That happens to me occasionally.
Me too. Yeah.
Oh, wow. You must work in tech support.
Yeah. I'm
very problem solver.
Have you turned it off and on again?
Well, it's like the like there's the classic old joke where the people in the camels come across the three people and walking through the desert, and they look draggled, you know, like one guy's got a jug of water on his back, the other guy's got a sack of oranges, and the other guy, and one guy's got the has a car door. And they asked the first guy, it's like, why do you got the water? He's like, well, we're going to get thirsty walking through the desert, so I brought the water. Oh, that makes sense. And the oranges, well, I figured we'd get, hungry, and then, just have the oranges to eat. And then he says, well, why'd you bring a car door? And of course, this is the dumb guy. And the dumb guy says, well, I mean, I figured if we got into some real problems, I would just close the window and then reopen it and see if it works then. Shut down all the windows.
That's an adaptation of a really old joke.
Well, yeah, if it gets hot, I'll roll down the window or whatever. It's more like the tech support thing. When I worked in a tech support thing, or like customer service thing or whatever, some guy had a plaque, and it was just like, and I can't quote everything, where it said, it's like, how about if I send you a replacement, refund you your purchase price, apologize profusely, drive to your home, deliver it by hand, go to my boss, punch him in the face, drive to the factory, and burn it to the ground. Would you be satisfied then?
The answer is no.
Did you see James Hudson's post this week?
Oh yeah, I mean, James Hudson, that's fine, whatever. But if
Which
that's
one?
the worst request he's gotten,
Oh yeah.
I mean, that was like, I mean, and I'm not trying to.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I'm not trying to downplay what I mean. I could not. I've had people send me emails saying it's just like, oh, I see you have kids. It's like I bet you'd be pretty upset if something happened to them. I've had people say things like that to me. Just like,
Jesus.
Yeah, so it's you. Of course, then you report it, and they never do anything about it. So it's a fake Facebook account that somebody's created.
But to be fair, They just never finished their sentence. They were like, I hope something happens to your kids, like winning the lottery.
Yeah, I'm sure that's no, I mean it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, that sucks, and that. But here's the deal, and here's okay. I understand what because okay, so people that have no frame of reference, person asked James to replace some cards that were busted or something within the game that they got. He said, "Sure, we'll send you replacements," and then the person said, "Well, in compensation for the fact that I didn't, could you throw in like the promo cards that are for sale in the envelope as well and send me the promo cards as well?" And James basically was like, "No, I'm not going to just give you something for free. I'm already spending money to send you these cards. I'm not going to just give you more stuff, and then, which, it's fine. But here's the deal. That person who asked that only asks that question because they've gotten people to say yes before. Right. I mean, and the thing is that, and I'm not saying that they're right to ask, but like a very, very smart person who was an extremely successful businessman, like said to me, he's like, never say no for other people. Always ask the question, because, and what
the initial ask I was fine with, but then he implied initial saying, "Hey, I love some promo cards." I mean, first of all, I really think that's a tool, but
the bullshit thing about saying, "Oh, I'm gonna be filling out my review of your thing pretty soon." I mean, that was bullshit. I mean, I would have said, "You know what? I'm not even going to send your cards anymore." That's what I would have said to him. I'm not even going to send these anymore. Well, feel free to trash on my game, and I will post and say that this is why I think you're a garbage human being. But the thing is that response that he got from that person was, "I'm going to be filling out a review," after basically James said, "No, I'm not going to send you these cards." And so the guy doubled down on being a turd. I'm not, or woman. I don't know if it's a dude or a girl, but that person doubled down on being a turd. But my thing is that it's like, if you don't ask, they can't say no. And yes, you run the risk. You run the risk of being an a-hole. And maybe, you don't be that way with people you care about, but for a nameless, faceless publisher of board game, what is that person out? Oh, James Hudson doesn't like me. Oh, well.
I mean, for me, it's treat people the way you want to be treated. That's what you're out.
Well, that's fine, but here's the deal. It's like I said, that you say treat the person, but that's also, we live in a society of anonymity and internet. So people don't feel like there's, I mean,
he can get away with it. People can get away with it. Of course he can get away with it. Doesn't mean he should do it.
No, I'm not saying he should. I'm not saying, in a perfect world, people are going to treat each other with utmost respect in every single interaction they ever have, ever. But that is not the real world. The real world we live in this age of anonymity is that it'll cost me literally nothing to ask this question, and I might get something out of it. And that's where that mentality comes from. Was the guy being a turd? Sure. But what is that turd out? Nothing. They're going to get their 2 cards that were damaged, and maybe they'll buy the promo at some point.
Why do you think spam calls keep coming? Because it works sometimes.
Yeah. And it costs literally nothing to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, it's, I'm not saying it's the right thing to do. I'm just saying that, like, everybody says, I mean, like, go back 20 years and everybody's mailbox was just full of garbage. You just got, because people were trading people's names, and everybody was selling their contact info and everything. And so you got 7,000 offers to join Columbia House a year, just like get these, and so it was like one of those things where it was like, get 12 records for a penny, and the thing was, it was like, it cost them in bulk mail rates. It cost them like 3 cents to send that to 100,000 people. And out of those 100,000, enough of them bought those 12 records for a penny that they were able to make money off of it. And everybody complained. It's like, I'm getting all this goddamn junk mail, this sucks. And now everybody's like, I'm getting all this spam. I'm getting all this garbage email. And the garbage email is even cheaper because it doesn't cost you anything. You just got to collect you got to get the good leads. Yeah. You got to get the peeps, right? I mean, I don't know.
Newsletters and
Yeah.
You didn't catch on to that one.
I'm here to complain not using his green screen right now.
How did your interview go, Forrest?
It went well. I'd say, I mean, I got to go back and rewatch it, but it was more like just my stump speech and then question and answer. But I think it was a B. People like the enthusiasm, passion. I mean, I'm raw. This is a whole different.
What was the best question you got asked?
The best question? I got asked a whole bunch, honestly, and it was. I didn't have a very strong viewpoint on the Israel, that big
on
thing.
on the Israel.
The Israel, yes. I didn't have a strong opinion on the Israel.
Alex, what should his viewpoint be
on the
Israel?
I meant the Israel situation because my focus is much more at home, families.
What was the question?
It
That
was
was the question. What's your viewpoint on the Israel?
Yes, it was. What do you think about the Israel? And my basic answer was whatever is going to cost us the least. I don't think we should have boots in very many places on this planet aside from the United States of America. And
nice safe answer.
It was, but then somebody came back for more. I could tell that there were some people that were asking questions that just wanted to see me falter, which it's gonna happen.
So was this like people like typing in questions like an Ask Me Anything Reddit type thing?
Some people did, but most of the people did something called Stack, which pretty much just puts you in line to ask a question. So I got asked 7-8 questions, and pretty much just my answer was, "Hey, I'm an education major. I support the topic. I don't know how to write the bill on Medicare for all. I'm going to let Bernie do that, and I'm just going to vote for it. But when it comes to education and families, then I'm going to get more actively engaged. But I can wave the flag for this cause and that cause and the other cause without writing the bills for them, because I'm a teacher. My degree is in early childhood education. I know where we need to steer the ship, but I necessarily am not as polished as I need to be, and I just tried to lean into that because I'm sure I'm going to have people attack me for a variety of different reasons, and I'm going to lean into every single one of them. I'm going to embrace your criticism, take that punch, and then I'm going to be like, all right, next question. We're done with that topic,
Yeah. What was the interview for? Sorry, I'm late to the game.
It was the
President of the United States of America.
I'm running for House
2024.
So this was my first real stump speech. Like, it was just me talking for about 30 minutes and then about 15 minutes of Q&A.
You actually are running for House of Representatives?
I'm signed up, baby. I'm in that.
Cool.
I'm in that to win that.
All right, nice.
It's going to be a fun story no matter what. And I believe in what I'm talking about. So
one of my good buddies ran for governor of Ohio, was actually the libertarian candidate.
It's a story to tell no matter what. And if you get, they hand me the microphone, I'm either going to be convincing someone to believe in my viewpoints, or I'm going to be pulling the entire party to the left, which I'm happy with either one of them.
Yeah.
People are not, though.
So you didn't ask what was the best question you got asked?
Like, what do you mean the best? Like the best one that was like a softball for me to answer? Because that was
like the one that you. Okay, how about this? What was your favorite question you got asked?
The softballs. Somebody asked me,
do you think you'll be a good politician?
No, they asked me in particular to stretch out my opinion on why we need marriage counseling for all. And so that was just me pretty much telling stories about, how I came from a broken marriage and a broken family, and how these kids, we save so much money just by spending the money to help keep a portion of these families together, because as soon as you are a single family, your chances of your children going to prison, of ending up in poverty, just drastically skyrocket. And if we could do something to not have as many of those families, why not do it? It's going to save money in the long run. I also got a kind of a softball about universal basic income. That was nice, but my favorite, I was nerves, man. I was nerves. And my wife was like, this is the weirdest thing. She's known me for, a decade. I've been married for 8 years. She's never really seen me nervous. I don't get nervous. I don't care how the outcome of most things happen in my life. I just go with the flow. And so I've been a ball of nerves all day, but it's good. I love it. I thrive on it. I think I did well.
Awesome.
I'm excited, and I'll keep you guys posted in the future.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. We got to go design some game stuff.
Go design.
Ready out.
Bye, everybody.
Have a good
I
one.
think that should be your slogan for us. I don't get nervous, I get even.
Yeah.
Well, I did like we have a really unique situation in Fort Wayne, Indiana, where the Democrats just get their asses handed to them in the House of Representatives every time. The last person that ran 4 years ago was like, "Hey, they got 39%, yippee!" and everybody's celebrating. And the person before that was actually like this semi-homeless guy. And that's how embarrassing the Democratic Party was to say 6 years ago for House of Representatives. We ran a guy that was pretty much living homeless, who just was like the guy at the bar. Like, I'm pretty sure he got in trouble for like saying racist things or something like that. Like, it was just a pure joke candidate. And he was actually on the ballot. And it just, ugh. It's not a good situation.
You're disparaging him for being the guy at the bar.
No, I'm trying to give you a representation of this guy.
I'm not. Oh, okay. Then you're not my representative. I mean, I don't live in Indiana. Hey, I got these in the mail. I backed this. Hey, can I wanna do a small grievance. And then
School's over. There's no more school bus lanes or parking lanes or whatever. How can you have a grievance?
Shut your mouth. So no, I have two grievances. But then I thought I had two, and then I only have one. So I went on to I was on the interwebs or whatever, and I was on a miniature market, and I saw that they had something for sale that I backed on Kickstarter that I hadn't received yet. And then I kept on, I was like, motherfuckers. I was just like, like that. That's something that like, it just pisses me off, right? It's one of those things where it's like, you should deliver to backers before you give it to like other places, right? And then I saw they had two things that I backed on and I wasn't. And then I went and I was like, mother sons of bitches. I was so pissed. So then, okay. So I was sitting there and I was effing livid. And I was just like, and I went to a checkout, and the one was true. Like literally, like, they were like, "Oh, we're working through our stuff," but apparently, you know, if they it must have been just easy to ship the pallets of stuff to Miniature Market, right? If they got, and that's these guys, which I'm excited about. They're this is the Wizard's Tower Lego dice tray.
What the hell? Is that official Lego?
No, it's like it's
nobody cares.
And then like this was like the add-on you can get the farmer's barn or whatever little dice tower. So I'm gonna put these together for D&D. Awesome. Yeah, I'm pretty excited about them. Look at this back, like there's like and they actually have an adventure in this one that you can run for 5th edition D&D. There's like little hobgoblin lair and like you can put your wizard inside and stuff. Anyway, so I'm excited to put those together. I might do that with my son or my daughter, like when I get a chance. So I thought that was cool. Now you can get them cheaper through Miniature Market than I got when I bought the damn thing, but you know, whatever. That's another crybaby, you know, whatever. I supported somebody's dream and made it happen, right? So
okay, they can send you some promo cards to make up for it.
Yeah,
I feel like when I do a.
But the other one was so this, and it's a semi grievance, right? So it was one of those things where it's like, oh, I backed this giant RPG book called Tolus, The City by the Spire, which is an old RPG book that they came out a long time ago by Monte Cook, and then it went out of print really quick, and then they reprinted it, and it was like a big giant book, and I backed it, and I was just like, why do they have these? Why? And you know, and I was like, this is garbage. You know, it's like I should have my copy. And then I went in, I was like, I'm going to go to the Kickstarter and I'm going to pull it up. And so I went in there and I went into like one of the updates, like one of the most recent updates. I looked and it was just like, it said, you know, digital copies have been delivered, which I don't care. I don't like PDFs, but it was just like, you know, log in here to get them. And I was like, okay. And then I saw in that update, like also hidden was it was like, for those of you who got the print version, this is how you have to get it. And you had to like go to their website and then type in this promo code to get your credit that you deserved or whatever for it. And it was just like, it was this long process of you had to put an order in for the book at their site to get it ordered and delivered to you, instead of just like, oh, you went through the process of giving us all of your shipping information. We can just send it to you once it's done. But no. Yeah, so I have to like pay attention to your campaign, figure out, and then an update that doesn't even list like, hey, for those of you who want to get your print version, here's what you do to get it. Don't even list that as like, that should be the start of the update. It should be just like, print copies are in. Click here to find out how to redeem it. Okay, fine, I'll go through the process. But no, so my book sat on their shelf for like a month, and I was just, so admittedly, they didn't send them off to Miniature Market to sell until like I would have had mine before Miniature Market had theirs. But I'm still like, why have it? I gave you my address. I shouldn't have to go through some order process on your weirdo website where I have to supply all my personal information, and God knows who knows when somebody's going to hack you and take my stuff and sell it to, the Ruskies or something. Anyway.
They absolutely shouldn't, but it's genius in terms of, do you know how many copies are never going to be shipped out that no one's ever going to claim?
Yup.
Yeah.
Speaking of that
That's when
guy
they
who, like,
can
he
tell.
learned to ask, like, oh, you don't get anything if you don't ask. They sat there and said, we're going to figure out a system that
There you
we
go.
will get. I mean, like, you know how much money there is out there in terms of credit systems. Anytime you have like some sort of a credit where you buy gift cards, not unclaimed gift cards, it's like a multi-billion-dollar industry, unclaimed gift cards.
I have gift cards in my wallet that are for like McDonald's that I just, even though I know are in there, every time I go to McDonald's, I forget to use them.
Yeah, multi-billion-dollar industry, and they just tapped into that. The idea that people could claim something but don't.
This is a long time ago, but I remember I got like horrible service at the Little Caesars, and I like bad enough that I actually emailed them and it said, look, this is garbage what you did. And they sent me a letter apologizing for it, and then they said, here, have a like $20 gift card from us. And I was like, oh, that was actually really nice of them. So then I went to Little Caesars, and they're like, yeah, there's no money on this gift card. I was just like, yeah, this is, and I was like, you got to be kidding me. And I was just like, you got me. Just like, I'm not even gonna bother. I was like, cancel the order. I'll see you later.
So, Liz, I do agree with you. Making you go through hoops after the facts, that is bullshit. But
yeah,
if this is a minor grievance and you put this much thought into this, how much thought do you put into a major grievance?
I got a grievance.
In the words of Jim Felly, I used to have a friend that looked just like you.
I got a grievance / warning about the Deluxe Seeker ergonomic mouse currently on Kickstarter. It's one of the top. Hey, what are you laughing about, Lance? I am dropping a dime on you. You should be thankful. I'm telling you right now, if you're considering it backing, it's not just you, Lance. People watching, don't back it without watching my video or doing your research, because they have had two other projects. They canceled the old. They didn't. The two last projects were dumpster fires. They started a new Kickstarter campaign account, and now this one is a. I was sniffing out how bad it was during the critique, and I was like, man, just something about this doesn't seem right. Then I got to the comment section, and just hell on earth. People from the old ones saying, hey, click on this. They're calling us liars. They're doing this. They're doing that. And it was just, it was a flaming dumpster fire. So the deluxe mouse with an OCD screen looks cool. It's not cool. Backer beware.
Well, they say that the tech stuff on Kickstarter is like the stuff that never, like, it has the worst fail rate of anything.
I believe it. I believe it 100%. I still believe to this day that Kick Booster has some massive I get the impression that there's like these giant companies in China who are just paying people to run really nice Kickstarter projects for these crappy things they're selling on Alibaba and all these other websites. And that was actually something they got touched on a little bit in the comments section of one of their Kickstarters. Like, hey, this is currently available on Alibaba right now. We still don't have ours. What the fuck? It's good times. Good times.
So much anger in the world.
It's always fun when I find those when I'm doing a
Rookie Kid wants you to turn sideways so we can see a profile of your hair.
What?
You got the schoolboy cut.
No.
I got the politician cut. I can't be going in with long hair.
He says he almost has one of those Karen bumps in his hair.
I don't know what a Karen bump is, but it sounds insulting.
All right, let's ask this. Has anybody played anything new recently?
New?
I have played Time of Legends Destinies with the Seas of Sand expansion completely through.
How do you like it?
I love it. As long as you know going into it, it is a family weight game.
Yep.
I still
you
think
love the original. You covered the original, like the Kickstarter.
I did. I gave it a Bowers Best seal. Then I reviewed the actual game with all the different scenarios. Still gave it as Bowers Best seal. But I think once they finally just strip off that god awful Joan of Arc crap, this whole we're in the religious, the Christians versus the religious versus the blah blah blah.
Christians?
You know what I'm talking. Well, it's just generic historical religious theme, which they put in there because they originally had the Joan of Arc, the Joan of Arc attachment. That I'm assuming it was like, well, we can't change it this late into the stream. But I think once they get away from that, like once we get a Destiny's World War II,
it's being weighted well enough. There'll be Destiny's World War II and Destiny's whatever and Destiny's Future. They're gonna have.
and there should be. It's a spectacular game. I hope they
Yeah.
build on it. I just think it's a spectacular family game. And the Seas of Sand expansion, I think, is better, even though the third part of the campaign drops the ball a bit. But yeah, I still think if you're in the market for a family weight game, it is. It is.
Oh, I
good.
love it. I've played it already.
I also tried War Rift. Oh, I got to mention this one. Another backerware. God, yeah, that game is terrible. It's just the rule booklet. It's a War Rift, a deck building game. The rule booklet felt like it was unblind play tested. It was confusing. It had one of those solo versions where the first thing they're like, hey, this is your solo version. Go through every single card in the deck and construct a deck. And I'm like, oh, damn it. So I guess I can't play the solo version first. And it was just the questions that you were looking for were never answered. It had that constant feeling of, I think we're doing it right, maybe, which just no game should have. And it was not a good time. War Rift, deck building game. You're better off going for another deck building game. Not to mention, it could quite literally fit in a large tuck box, minus, some of the bigger components, but it was in like this massive box, and it just annoyed the crap out of me. Bad rules, bad components, artwork was meh. Gameplay had some cool ideas. Like there's one concept where when you purchase a card deck building wise, it doesn't go to you. It goes into a place in the middle called the Rift, where then it can be divvied out to other people, or you could pay extra to get it immediately into your discard pile. But just all of the interesting ideas just didn't work for one reason or the other. Not one I'd recommend. War Rift.
Yeah, I've been enjoying Mosaic. Lance, you played Mosaic, right?
Yep, it's a good game.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. It's up there for me with other I like it. Empire's Edge of Discovery from Glen Drover as well. I think this one is not as good but more accessible. But I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, it's still not my favorite game by Glenn, but it's definitely definitely in his top 3 for me.
Ooh, what is top 3 for you?
Well, it's actually probably number 2 because I think I like it more than Age of Discovery. Mostly because I feel bad because the Age of Discovery is still really good, but I hate the last turn of Age of Discovery. It just like it's like it doesn't have a good ending, I guess. Is
that
so,
one of
I hear
Glenn's?
that.
Is that a Glenn's weakness there? Because I remember he had that big space box from Eagle Griffin that was a giant pile of crap at the end. Like the last bit of that was just god awful and ruined everything.
So and this isn't necessarily just Glenn. It's like when you have a game that is specified and at the end of turn 8, the game is over. Right. And anytime you have a game where it says it's over after that turn
X. Yep.
Yeah. And not randomly determined the end, but like, and the game ends on this turn.
No, you're not wrong. Yeah.
You get to that point, and it's like usually with that last turn, there's a lot of actions in those games that rely on them coming to fruition the next turn. Like literally like, oh, hey, I did this, this, and this, and then the start of next turn, I'm going to reap the rewards from that. Right. But when you don't have a next turn to go to, like pretty much everybody just does the exact same thing on that last turn. It's just, and that's what happens with Age of Discoveries. It's like you get that last turn and you're just like, everybody just kind of churns, and it's like it's a meaningless turn. Nothing really majorly happens, and it just kind of, it's kind of like you have this big, and you're just kind of like, oh, okay, and it doesn't like as I said, it's still like a very good game, right? You know, and
Yeah.
it just kind of like it's like the big fanfare at the end, and the guy with the two cymbals just misses, yeah, at the very end, you know, and like you don't have that big crash at the end. So that's
And
just
it really interesting. I'm looking at Glenn's Board Game Geek ratings for his games, and it's just like it's really impressive. He's got 4 games in the top 1,000, but then you keep scrolling, and it's like, oh, he's also got top 4 games that are like from 10,000 to 20,000, like that just. And yeah, the one that I'm talking about is Glenn Drover's Empire's Galactic Rebellion, which was a really cool, massive game until you got to the last turn, and then the wheels just fell off because it was just a stupid amount of dumb dice rolling that just completely took you out of the game. And it was like one of those Eagle Griffin massively overproduced $100 boxes.
Yep. So Raccoon Tycoon is a splendid game of his for like basically family level economic game.
Top
I really
1,000.
want to try that one. I've never tried it.
Yeah, the Raccoon Tycoon. You should ask Glenn for. I'll get you in touch with Glenn. He would absolutely send you a copy for review. Yeah, I mean that one. It's like working the little resource trades and stuff like that. It isn't super deep, but it is definitely quite fun and enjoyable. God, I can't remember the name of. See, like the stuff he's done after he made Forbidden Games are all like really good stuff. I mean, like, but like, and then it's weird, but I have a really weird love for, and not a lot of people really like it, but I have a really weird love for this older game that he made called War: The Age of Imperialism, and it's just like a game with 1,000 little plastic bits, and you basically play. It's kind of a 4X game from like 1830 to 1900, and just a giant board, 800 some pieces, and it's like, and it definitely isn't. It isn't thinky, but it's fun. Just it's fun to roll buckets of dice, but that's just my style of game, and that's the kind of stuff I like. But it's definitely you'd be playing it, you'd be like, so this game's from like the 90s, like it is not really fit into the world, I guess, that it is that we live in now. I mean, honestly, like everything he's come up with Forbidden Games, I mean, are really good games. I mean, I don't think it's out yet, but Lizard Wizard was really good too. I think that one still hasn't been delivered yet, but I played Lizard Wizard, and Lizard Wizard was really good. And that was another like lighter weight.
I mean, it's basically Raccoon Tycoon Plus.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with like a slightly different theme, obviously. You know, where you're like building towers and summoning familiars and creating little magic spells and stuff. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how's it going? Talking Drover.
Nope. I think Glenn's Glenn makes good stuff, and I think he, with, I don't know what it was with this Forbidden Game stuff, he's definitely been able to really I don't know, flex his muscles, I guess, in directions that he wasn't.
So I don't think I really realized that he owns Forbidden Games.
Yeah, it's
Totally realized.
It's him and a few other people, like just started it up. And to be fair, the Railroad Rivals game that he came out with was pretty good. That pirate game that he did was really good. Not the failed Sid Meier's Pirates game that he wasn't able to get made because the game was horrible, he said. But what is it called? It's called
talking about the one that has like the race tracks up the.
Yeah, Extraordinary Adventures. Which when I played it, the first time I played it, it was Around the World in 80 Days themed, and that was like and this is okay. And like, to be fair, like Glenn's a friend, and I was actually like hanging out with him and Keith Bloom, who used to be a bigwig at Queen Games, and Sean Brown, who runs Mr. B Games. Like, I was in Chicago just hanging out, and we were just like, the four of us were hanging out for a weekend. But I remember I got to play and give playtest feedback for that, and the Extraordinary Adventures thing, and that was originally Around the World in 80 Days. I think I like that theme better than when they went with the pirates, but I don't know. I think they tried to do like kind of a Disney pirates theme kind of look to it or something like that. Which, whatever, that's fine. I mean, I don't know why they didn't do the Around the World in 80 Days. Maybe it's just pirates. People like pirates. I don't know.
Yeah, probably better IP.
Well, I mean, and that,
Not
well,
IP.
but not that you really, because there's no like, it's all public domain, so you don't have to pay the family of Jules Verne any money for that thing. But
Did you know there's no air balloon in the original book?
Original.
The
Well,
Jules Verne.
the book is pretty small. I don't think you could put an air balloon in there anyway.
I mean, they never actually travel by hot air balloon. They talk about it, but then they don't. And since the movie, like in the 60s, did it, even the book itself has a hot air balloon on the cover of it half the time.
It's been so long, I don't even remember. Yeah.
Well, thank you for ruining yet another bit of my childhood, and
Thanks, Christian.
You're welcome.
thank you, Chris. We appreciate
The more you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Knowing talk about.
Yeah, there you go.
They're making a new one.
Making a new one, what?
G.I. Joe.
G.I. Joe.
Yeah, they're doing the backstory on it.
Yeah.
Backstory on what is it? Snake Eyes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the names of them. Snake Eyes and the other one.
I still remember. It was issue. Gosh, I don't know, but it was issue. But there was an issue in the first 12 issues of GI Joe, because I have the comics, and there was an episode where Scarlet had been kidnapped by Storm Shadow and Cobra, and there wasn't a there wasn't a single word, not a single speech balloon was done in the entire comic. And Snake Eyes infiltrates the base, goes through the whole, saves Scarlet, has a sword duel with Storm Shadow, the ninja, and then they're like escaping on like some sort of like glider, motorized jet glider or something like that, and you see Storm Shadow like very angry, like holding his sword and staring out at Snake Eyes as he escapes with Scarlet, and you can see his armband that had been ripped in the fight, and you can see the red barred tattoo that he has, and you can see Snake Eyes is flying away, and his uniform is ripped, and you can see he's got the same tattoo on his arm, and they don't say anything about it. It isn't until like issues later that you find out that they were both trained in the same dojo, and they were one time best of friends, but now hated enemies. Da-da-da-da.
Hey guys, I gotta go.
You gotta go, Grant?
Yep.
Why, you gotta go walk the dog or what?
Nope, my mom just got home.
Oh, can we say hi to Grant's mom?
Mom, everybody's saying hello to you. She said, "Who's everybody?"
We're nobodies. Don't worry about
entire
it.
internet.
We know we're nobodies.
Mom, say hello. They're board game friends.
Hi, board game friends.
Hi, Grant's mom. Thank you for raising a wonderful son.
This is such a mom age.
Oh, you're welcome. All of my kids are wonderful.
Which one?
Grant's
Never
super
mind.
wonderful.
Yeah.
All right,
Well, thank
brother.
you.
Well, it was nice of you to pop in. Is that your
Yeah.
mom's dog or your dog?
Those are my mom's dogs.
What's the name of that dog we got to see?
You got to see two different ones. They just look similar.
Oh, what are the
One
names?
is Max and the other one's Lexi.
Like Max, like heart to heart Max. Like this is Mrs. H. She's gorgeous.
Yeah, this is Max right here.
Oh, Max looks like a nice puppers.
Yeah, he's pretty cute. Oh, he doesn't like being held so much.
Oh, poor guy.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
All right. Well, enjoy the
time
rest.
with your mom.
Yes, take
Yeah.
care, brother.
All right.
See.
All right.
Oh,
And then number 5.
then there was 5.
Alex, what have you played recently?
Aside from Mosaic, let me pull up my app and see.
Res Arcana, apparently.
No, I actually just had that for a video. I've been playing Cthulhu Death May Die, Ruthless, Grand Carnival, Terraforming Mars, which is still amazing as ever. Six Siege by Mythic. That's very good, by the way. Lots of fun if you like 2-player games. Anything else? I mean, a whole bunch of stuff. Trying to see what the most interesting stuff is. Those are the most interesting recent things. Yeah, Six Siege and Mosaic are going to be 2 fun ones. Played The Witcher as well. Lots of fun stuff right now.
I like your take on The Witcher.
Oh, that video? Yeah, I saw your comment. Yeah.
The Witcher.
It's so fascinating to me because
Another giant bloated mess of a game.
Oh,
Well-
stop, you fucking curmudgeon. Always
but-
pissing on everybody's Cheerios right away.
They can play and enjoy anything they want, but I mean, it's
Somebody opens discussion. Lance has it whipped out, holding it, just waiting for Cheerios.
It's okay, Lance. I saw your post about what was it that you ended up backing that you
Oh
thought you were
yeah,
done
no,
with?
I agree. But okay. So I mean, it's got, and kudos to them. I mean, kudos to them for raising six mil.
They're going to be the
right?
4th highest on Kickstarter, possibly 3rd, but I don't think so. I don't see them breaking that.
Right.
But I mean, I'm just like, I shouldn't even be looking at this because it's gonna spring some little stupid thing in my brain that's gonna say, well, why aren't you just back it? I mean, 16,831 people are willing to give them $153. What are you so special? You can't give them $153?
Well, it depends. Do you like Runebound? You like that
What-
genre of games?
Which version of Runebound?
I only played 3rd, so let's go with 3rd.
I didn't really like 3rd version. 2nd edition was where it's at. In Runebound.
So then I don't. So if there's that close a distinction, I don't know if Witcher would or wouldn't be for you. Witcher to me is a solid. It's very again the bloat part with a separate conversation. I think some of the expansions I think are necessary. They will improve the game. Others I could easily say are bloat. But the core gameplay is very rewarding and a lot of fun to go through. But it gives you that Runebound feeling of wandering around doing small quests so you can have the larger moments.
I have to watch this video now. God damn. It's not like that piece of that Fantasy Flight one, is it?
The Fantasy Flight Witcher?
Yeah.
I never played that one, so I can't
Oh
comment.
God, I hope not. All right.
I really like it. I think it's a solid game, and I think my biggest complaint is fixed by some of the expansions in terms of some of the complexities they add. But I would say if you back the core pledge, forget the optional buy expansions, but if you back the core pledge, it gives you the core game and all the things that I think make the game better.
What was the core complaint that the expansions fixed?
Well, so for me, it's gonna be a few things. One is the deck building aspect of the game wasn't. I wanted more.
Oh, I'm out.
cards.
Deck building. I'm out.
Yeah, the deck building aspect of the game, I wanted more cards and more rewarding chaining as opposed to the simple chaining they had. So the stretch goals one of the expansions adds tons of one of the again but it's an expansion that's baked into the core pledge, but it adds more nuanced cards with text, with abilities, with extra complexities to it. And then the bigger expansion, which I think is almost makes the game not worth it core alone, is none of the monsters felt unique. All of the monsters in the base game of The Witcher have like a single ability, which for The Witcher, like they should feel unique. You should care when you're fighting one monster versus
Yeah.
another. And they again, one of the built-in baked-in expansions in the Kickstarter gives something called the Monster Trail expansion, gives you unique cards, unique fighting, unique combat to the monsters that actually makes them feel different. Yeah. But I'm all in. I mean, I don't need to be all in because again, the actual optional buy expansions that falls more in the bloatware category. I'm intrigued by them, but I don't know if they're necessary. But it's the core pledge. The core pledge plus minis is yeah. And it's not a campaign, which means I'll actually play it.
I got a grievance I want to run back that Lance just brought up. It triggered me about the bloated games that we're seeing on. And I do want to pick one more bone with Destinies, and I've ribbed them a couple times on this, but it is such a damn waste of box space. It is stupid ridiculous. They sent me the whale because I did the Kickstarter video, and you could fit everything in every single one of those boxes in one box and throw out all these nice fancy box inserts. And the only reason that they need that much space is because each of the games and the expansions has some stupid, ridiculously oversized mini, which is actually counterintuitive to the gameplay because on the app, the giant mini is so damn big and you have to try not to accidentally hit it. And it's just like, oh, we got to make a big old mini for Kickstarter. And as a result, it's just, I did it yesterday. I threw out 3 boxes and 3 really nice plastic inserts. And it just, I want to see some Kickstarter company, I want to see some board game company be brave enough to say, you know what? We're going to have this big, I don't even know. It drives me nuts. It was just the amount of wasted plastic and box for those 3 expansions. And everyone's going to throw them out. Nobody's keeping these things. You can literally fit all of it into one Ticket to Ride size box, and they have 4 boxes. Just drives me mad.
I'll say this. I mean, I've gone off on this diatribe many times before. I realize that there is this group of people that just love that insert. Like, oh, I just want everything to have its own place or whatever. I throw all my inserts away.
Yeah.
I throw every single one away, and I use plastic baggies. You can go to your Michaels and go to the bead section, and you can get 1,000 plastic baggies for $6 and of multiple different sizes, and you can organize your game however the hell you want.
Yeah.
And you can put all of the first player, and then most of the baggies, you can even get the baggies that have a little spot where you can write on them with a Sharpie. You can say, starting components or whatever, and you can just hand people, here's your bag, here's your starting components, Everybody's like, but it's not organized. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This bag has all the food. This bag has all the metal.
You're
I'm
completely
extra
right.
annoyed when it's an expansion that is clearly going to be integrated in the base game. Like, why don't you just not pay that extra money for this stupid expansion?
Because some people didn't buy the expansion, so they can't. They have to do it the way they have to do it. And it's unfortunate. They have to sell each thing as its own self-contained unit, assuming they're ever going to sell as a self-contained unit. As soon as I decide I like a game, boom, all those inserts, all those extra boxes, they all get condensed. But they have to do it. It's unnecessary sadness.
Yeah, Destiny's is dumb.
The game or the box?
As far as that goes, Destiny's is dumb as far as that goes. But then you have things like, okay, so here's this other thing too. So my Super Fantasy Brawl game that I backed.
Oh dear Lord.
Did that come yet?
So here's I played it once. I was like, this is
it came
fine.
though? It shipped?
Oh no, Super Fantasy Brawl. I got that a long time ago. That was the one that like it gave you the extra, like if you backed it on Kickstarter, you got the special like extra team or whatever. But the way all of the inserts work for that one with all the miniatures, there's absolutely no place, like literally you can't put that box. You can't put it because that box, they made it to hold everything. And there isn't a millimeter of space available to anything. And I just need to sell that off and give it to somebody.
I like the game. The insert system is the worst they have.
No, yeah, it's garbage. No, I mean, I get really tired of games that just seem to be like, oh yeah, you just throw that away. Everdell was the same way, with all their special inserts and stuff like that. Condensed that whole thing down. Tons of games are like that, right? I mean, it's just they don't seem to. I mean, I get it though. I get it why people like that little inserts. It looks pretty. I mean, there's something to be said for, order and keeping everything in everything has its own place, that whole thing. But anyway,
you know what? I'm not giving them a pass on that. Now that I really think about that expansion box, you could have easily condensed that expansion box down to like half size. Like think about like the expansion boxes for Stonemaier games for Scythe. Like that size. They could have went that size. There was no reason because most of the box is just completely empty space. It just ugh.
Most of these publishers probably agree with you, but they have backers that want so much more than that. So
backers are stupid.
Well, and here's the deal. Here's a bit of those. I mean, getting those things designed, right? Getting somebody to like figure out how everything can fit in that spot. And there are a few people out there that do that now, like make those designs for the things. I mean, but once you have the mold and like it, they don't cost much at all, right? The cost of oh, sorry, Alex left. I was gonna ask Alex if he wanted to go in the box and let him.
Apparently, he does not.
I was gonna see if he wouldn't have to score 0, but yeah, no, yeah, I got a call. Actually, what was I? I was gonna say something about a game, and I lost
Oh,
track.
you think of that? I want to mention another grievance I have, and I want to give props to Scott for shutting that shit down. I did a video on Deliverance today, the religious cooperative game, minis game, really popular right now. And I went to their BGG thing. Their average rating is a 9.19 because it was just blasted with a whole boatload of people rating it a 10 who haven't rated any other games. But the BGG system, it stayed strong and it's still ranked as the number 10,500 game. So his system has successfully thwarted.
But how many rankings does it have? It has to have
51.
Well, with 51, it doesn't enter into the mainstream. You have to have a certain number of ratings before they'll even allow it to enter into.
It's ranked right now. It is ranked 10,505.
I'm not saying it isn't ranked 10,505, but the thing is that the reason why it's ranked so low is because you have to have a certain number of ratings before they will allow you into the mainstream, where they will allow you to actually, be picked and actually be. That ranking is just like what's what we're looking for here? It's just a stand. It's a standee. That's here. There you go. You're right there. That kind of thing.
Either way, I'm glad whatever system they got in place, they weren't able to trick it.
I had a thing, and I was gonna make a statement. Yeah, this is the thing. So I got my invite to the Stellaris. Like I love the game Stellaris, the computer game, and plus it's Academy Games, and I'm a big fan of Uwe, and I like Academy Games. I think they've done a lot of really cool stuff, and he's just a good guy. And so like when I was gonna back it, I was like I hemmed and hawed on backing it for like quite a while, but I backed it, and I actually backed it early bird, thinking, well, I backed it early bird so I get the early bird thing, and I was like, well, and the early bird thing was a free miniature, like a free boss miniature or something or whatever, and I was just like, well, at least I might on the early bird, and I can cancel it if I decide I don't want it, but I mean I can make that decision later. And then I decided, you know what, I'm gonna keep it. That's fine. I'm gonna do it. No big deal. So then I got the thing. And so then also they had a thing where it was like, oh, well, here's these other 2 boss mini guys that you can add. If you want to spend $8, you can add them to your using the Kickstarter add-on process that they have now. And so I was like, yeah, fine, whatever. If I'm gonna get them, I'm gonna get them. I'll just do it. But I didn't want another mat. I didn't want like all this other stuff, for like the big, $250 all-in giant whale pledge. So I get the thing, and I'm sitting there. If they did this on purpose, I give them all the kudos in the world. But I don't think Uwe is not an evil person, but it just seemed to work this way. So I was sitting there and I was like, okay, I got my pledge. I did my add-ons, and then I looked, and I saw that I made a mistake, and like something where like basically I paid $8 for an add-on that I was already getting. And that's my mistake, my fault, whatever. And so I was using the Crawdox thing. I wanted to just like say, okay, I don't want to buy that anymore. But because I bought it in Kickstarter, they manually added it to my pledge and I couldn't remove it. So I just shot Uwe an email saying, hey, is it possible? Can you go in there and just remove that? Because I don't need 2 of that miniature. There's absolutely no reason I need 2 or anything like that. And he emailed me back like pretty quickly, actually. And he said, hey, it's good to talk to you. He's like, he said, first of all, thanks so much for, supporting my game and everything like that. And I was like, no problem. And I didn't say it was an email. He said, thanks so much for the support. I appreciate it very much. I look forward to hopefully seeing you this year. And then he said, so he's like, I've gone ahead and removed those things from you. But you know what? He said, I'm just going to give them to you for free. I'm just going to, I couldn't figure out how to remove them from your order. So I'll just give them to you for free. But I gave you the credit back for it. And then he was like, but, with the credit I just gave back, for like $44 more, you can just get the big giant all in. So you might want to go that route if you're thinking. And I was like, you son of a bitch.
He got you.
Yeah, he totally did.
Nice.
He totally did. Yeah, I was just like, and I begrudgingly went back in and altered my pledge to the giant, huge. What did he say? Well, because I think we're gonna do the fulfillment for him because I had to get the stats from him as far as like how big it was and things like that, so we could let me see what it was. The main game is for the it's like 21 pounds, 16 and a half by 12.25 by 9. It's just going to be absolutely huge. So yeah,
I'm excited. I'm getting it all in for doing the video. I also learned that I will never, ever, ever do a video again without playing the game first. Because that video, I made a video and I wasn't happy with it at all. But I wasn't expecting not to play the game. They were just they were like, "Hey, you got Tabletop Simulator?" I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Come check it out." And then they're like, "Actually, you're not going to check it out. We're just going to play a couple hands." And then it was just them talking about it for like an hour and a half, and it was like, "Oh, okay." So I'm excited. Like if everything they say works out, I mean, it could be like a Twilight Imperium-esque type game where it's like, "Yeah, you want to play this? You want to play TI?" It looks cool.
Are they getting back to like the Vikings and the 1775 and all that? Are they getting back to that line, or are they more focused on the other stuff they've been doing lately? Nobody knows. All right, moving on.
Imagine they could do a lot with Stellaris now that they raised what $8 billion or something.
It was like 3 mil or 2 mil. I mean, it was a chunk.
Yeah.
And good for them.
Good
game changer.
Game changer.
Hey, Matt.
Oh, hey, Matt.
Good evening.
All right, we got 5. Who wants to go in the box?
I'll go in. Go on, then you get up. I'll go in.
All right. Barry's going in the box, everybody.
Come on, buddy. Get up.
Well, we haven't had Forrest here in a long time. No, he's already gone. Never mind.
Like 2 weeks.
I'm still here, Lance. Go ahead.
No. You're going in the box. Mute yourself already.
Make up your fucking. All right.
You make up your goddamn mind. Get out of here. You go get hit by a train again. All right. So here we go. This is in the box where I'm going to give everybody 10 questions. They're going to determine what many they think Barry is going to get correct, and then this is for fun bucks or what have you, or Alaboom bucks, which should become a crypto coin at some point. So, all right. So these are the 10 questions. These are from all over the place. They're scattered. There's a couple of there's some board game questions in here though too. So there you go. All right, here we go. Question number 1. And if you guys want to guess, feel free. Sure. Question number 1 is, what is the largest city in Alaska?
Anchorage.
Anchorage is correct. Anchorage is correct. Will he know that? That's his geography ability up. Second question. Who was the first billionaire in the United States?
Rockefeller.
That is, geez, look at you, Chris. You
Man, I should have went in the box.
You should have got in the box there, buddy. All right, here we go. Question number 3. What was Pinocchio's father's name?
Geppetto.
Geppetto. Yes, that is correct. Here we go. Here's a board game related question. What board game was banned in the Soviet Union?
Twilight Struggle.
Risk.
Nope.
Really?
Ooh, Axis and Allies.
Nope. This is Soviet Union. Think Soviet Union. Think communism.
It's true. Oh, Monopoly.
Monopoly is the correct answer.
That makes
yes. I should say that. I'll actually say in the former Soviet Union, just because you realize it's like. In the classic painting American Gothic, what is the man holding?
Pitchfork.
Pitchfork.
Pitchfork is correct.
yeah,
Matt,
pitchfork.
yes. There you go. How many years make up a bicentennial period? Bicentennial with a V.
50. Oh, bicentennial. Sorry.
Bicentennial period. Forrest, what's your guess?
500.
What I was gonna guess too, just because it'd be
20.
I was gonna say 20 because it's 5.
20 years.
5 into 100. Makes sense.
What African animal has killed the most people?
Hippo.
elephant. Oh, hippo. That's a good guess.
Hippo.
Hippo's climbing, but it hasn't reached
Lion?
Flackers.
Hyena.
crocodile.
Oh, mosquitoes.
Crocodile.
Mosquito.
Like animal, not like non-insect animal. Because I
You
would
might
agree, mosquitoes probably have
Yeah.
killed more.
Yeah.
But this
Yeah,
is
that's
I saw that's a good reference. A non-insect animal, I'll say for that one. For the movie Peter Pan, whose figure was used as the model for Tinkerbell?
Oh, I remember that.
I've heard that
For the
too.
movie Peter Pan?
For the animated movie Peter Pan, whose figure was used as the model for Tinkerbell?
Who was in Breakfast at Tiffany's? Was that her?
Oh, Audrey Hepburn. Is that on Breakfast at Tiffany?
That
was
would make sense.
Barry's not going to get this though. I mean,
That would
Lana
be-
Turner?
That would be Marilyn Monroe.
Oh, really? I didn't think
Yeah.
she was that Kirby.
Might need to go back and watch Peter Pan again, huh? Anyway, what is 10 inches tall, weighs 7 pounds, and is gold plated?
Oscar.
There you go. Well done, Matthew. Is it Matt or Matthew?
My birth certificate says Matthew.
That's what I'm going to call you from now
My
on.
mom
Matthew.
calls me that.
Well, Matthew.
Or my grandmother did too.
Now you're in trouble.
All right. And here, what is the most widely played card game in the world?
Bridge.
Risk.
Spades,
Eh, eh,
poker.
eh,
Crazy Eights.
hearts,
eh,
War.
Go fish.
War.
eh, eh.
Dang.
bridge.
Bliss.
Oh, somebody-
BLISS.
Solitaire.
What is it? Solitaire. Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, that makes sense.
Is that counting?
Oh.
Is that counting the computer solitaire?
Well, that just I don't know. It didn't specify.
For all the
but
different
solitaire
versions of
is
solitaire.
solitaire. Solitaire is the most. All right, so we'll have to wait for Barry to come back. Barry, we can't wave or anything, so I'll do this, and maybe if he's there, we can.
I got 5.
So my wife gave me this, and she says it's kind of a trick question. So I'm just going to let you know it's a trick question before you give your answer, and think about it for it. So he goes, these a bat and a ball cost $1.10, and the bat costs $1 more than the ball. How much does the ball cost?
Is there tax?
5 cents.
Well done. 5 cents is correct. It tricks you into thinking, well, take $1 away from $1.10 and it's 10 cents, but it's actually but 5 cents plus $1 is $1.05, put them together, $1.10. I was telling my wife she was like some sort of sorceress. I was just like, it doesn't make any sense.
She'd make a good wish writer.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Oh, Barry, mute yourself because I didn't get their votes yet for how many. So you don't know. You can't try to sandbag or anything. Not that I think you would. Forrest, what do you got for me? How many?
3.
3. Christian?
5.
And what about you, Matthew?
I'll split the difference.
With 8?
4.
Add the sum.
All right. Baritone, are you there? Wave here. Have you ever done this thing where you put the pencil in front of you and whip it and it makes it look like it's rubber?
Yep.
Yeah. When I was in grade school.
Yeah, do it now. It's fun.
It's even better now. You're better at it.
Have a few
Can
drinks
you
if
do
you-
this? Can you flip the pen over the top of your thumb?
I never could do that.
No, but I was angry at everyone who could.
Me
I
too.
still am.
What are you doing? Flipping it over the.
So when you flip it, it just goes over the top of your thumb and you catch it again.
Can you go backwards?
Like I catch it and then flip it back. No, I can't. But I can do a double spin sometimes if I got the no, it's gotta be a pencil. This is a pen that's weighted. But if I have a pencil, I can spin it and I can have it balance on my thumb and just spin around like this for a while and then I can catch it. But
Nope, can't do that.
it was something that like basically everybody taught themselves how to do it in high school when I was going to high school. And it was just like, and like it's weird. It's like not many people, everybody I knew in high school knew how to do it. It was just like one of those things where, and then once you figure out, because it's like it's there's this perfect amount of pressure that this finger pushes on it to get to here, and then at the same time this finger lets go. So like you have to do this perfect amount of pressure pushing, and then this lets go, so it can spin around, and then you just catch it again. And once you get like you grok like the amount of what you have to do it, like you'll be able to do it. I can do it with, yeah, you just like you get that muscle memory thing going. Barry, let's go here. Come on, buddy. All right, you ready there, sir?
You'll never get them back.
There we go. There we go. All right. We're ready.
All right, let's do this. Barry is pen spinning hours. Whatever, KK. You're so much better than me. Anyway, here we go. Question number 1, Barry. Remember, if it's your final answer, please tell me it's the final answer. Question number 1 is: what is the largest city in Alaska?
Anchorage. Final answer.
1 correct. Bing, ding, ding. Off to a good start, sir. Question number 2. Who was the first billionaire in the United States? Billionaire. Who was the first billionaire? The B.
Billionaire. I'll go with what's his name. Oh fuck, what is his name? The guy with Amazon. Jeff Bezos. Final answer. Huh?
Correct answer, it was John D. Rockefeller.
He was a billionaire? Really?
What was Pinocchio's father's name?
Geppetto. Final answer.
Ding, ding, ding. You are correct, sir. Well done. We go. Question number 4. What board game was banned in the former Soviet Union?
A board game
Was banned
in the former
Soviet Union.
I'm going to say Monopoly.
Oof.
Apparently that's wrong. But I said it. Final answer. Go ahead.
You are correct, sir.
I was
Ding, ding, ding.
impressed. I was impressed.
Really?
That was an oof of impressiveness. These questions were hard for me.
Here we go. In the classic painting American Gothic, what is the man holding?
Pitchfork. Final answer. Pitchfork.
Correct again, Barry. Well done. You've only missed 1 so far. You're halfway through. You got 4 points. All right. Question number 6. How many years make up a bicentennial period?
Oh, shit.
With a V. A bicentennial period with a V.
I went 500. Yeah, I'm gonna buy. Yeah, I'm going to say 500.
Final answer?
Yeah.
And it
Wait.
is 20.
20.
20. That was a tough one. Nobody else got it in the peanut crew either. So. Okay. What non-insect African animal has killed the most people?
Non-insect African animal.
Because we had disagreement, we agreed that mosquitoes probably have killed more with malaria and things like that. So just non-insect.
Non-insect.
Non-insect. Robert Purdon, you go sit in the corner.
See, I want to say a lion, but I think it's going to be something like a snake or something. Non-insect.
I can't remember the answer.
Actually drew a little picture.
Ah.
Do I got to be specific? I'm just going to say a snake, but I guess I got to be more specific. Huh?
I need an answer. Just
Yeah.
give me what you want and you can say final answer afterwards.
I just said snake.
Kangaroo.
Yeah, the kangaroo.
You put those little boxing gloves on him. He somehow gets there from Australia. Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, I'm going to say an asp. How's that?
Well, you are an asp, but you are also wrong. It is crocodiles. Crocodiles have killed more.
In Africa? Really?
In Africa, yes.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We have 3 questions left. You have 4 correct. Here we go. For the animated movie Peter Pan from Walt Disney Pictures, whose figure was used as the model for Tinkerbell?
I want to say it was Walt Disney's secretary, but I can't remember the woman's name. But I think that's wrong.
Lord Javi, Kangaroo was a great arcade game.
I just played it the other day.
You know what? It doesn't matter if it was a hippo from the. He didn't guess hippo.
I didn't guess hippo. Yeah.
God, just the peanut gallery here. Just
peanut gallery. Peter Pan was in the 60s.
Excuse me.
I'm going to say Marilyn Monroe. Final answer.
Ding, 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 sir. Marilyn Monroe is correct. Well done.
I'm out.
What is 10 inches tall, weighs 7 pounds, and is gold plated?
10 inches tall, 7 pounds, gold plated. That's silver. Is it height? No.
10 inches tall, weighs 7 pounds, and is gold plated.
Yeah.
I wonder how much they cost to make.
There was a case when I'm not going to say anything else. I'm not going to say because that's hints. I'll give you an anecdote here in just a little bit. After 10 inches tall,
gold plated,
7 pounds, gold plated.
Oh, let me go give me it.
You're gonna need an answer.
I'm going to say the railroad tie that connected the east to the west.
That would be wrong.
The spike, rather, not the tie.
An Oscar award. An Oscar.
I was thinking a trophy. I was thinking sports, though. I was like, no, they're all silver. Yeah.
So there was a thing where somebody stole like a crate of them. I forget what it was like. And
Really?
yeah. So like somebody like stole a crate of them, and then they were like investigating it, and then if I remember the story correctly, they found them in some security guards like basement, like basically like he stole them all, and then also in his basement was a like $40,000 like Batman costume from one of the movies that nobody knew was missing. Nobody knew
Wow.
it was missing, but he had stolen like the Batman outfit from. There you go. Final question. Here we go. And it's a sweat. It's always a sweat. This is cool. Here we go. What is the most widely played card game in the world?
In the world.
The most widely played card game in the world.
War. No. I'm going to say poker. Final answer.
That's a good guess.
And
Lots
the
of
correct
different
answer
players.
is solitaire.
Solitaire?
You almost stumped them all, man. You almost beat them all, but Chris guessed 5, and that's how many you got. 5 is correct. So well done, Chris. You've earned some Alaboom bucks that will be at some point be able to be turned into something.
At some point.
One Dogecoin, perhaps. What is the Dogecoin at nowadays?
25
Before you
cents.
promise that, what is it? That
The what coin?
Dogecoin.
Dogecoin.
What's that?
It's like a Bitcoin thing.
It was like a joke, kind of like a joke coin that like
cryptocurrency?
Cryptocurrency. And let's see, it is at and like at one point it was like at like 0.07 cents per thing, and at one point it like spiked up to like 77 cents. So people that like, oh yeah, for literally like for $20 I can buy whatever, it actually like increased up to like a certain thing. So if you were able to cash out at that moment, you actually probably were able to make some money. But yeah, the all-time high was 74 cents, and like at one point it was valued at like less than a penny a piece or something. So when it got up to 74 cents, people were able to cash out, and it was just a big joke. Like it was something, let's make a cryptocurrency that's called the Dogecoin.
I made a game based all about the blockchain, actually.
Oh yeah.
When I was working at the Bank of Canada Museum, I made games as part of my job as an exhibit designer and stuff. And it was a group activity. It was like a 30-person activity. And you had to put all the different codes together to make the blockchain for Bitcoin and stuff.
What if I only had 28 friends? I wouldn't be able to play.
It was for school groups.
What if nobody in my school wanted to play with me? No.
I don't think they get a choice.
That's true. That is true. Yeah, no, that's yeah, I don't understand the cryptocurrency at all. It just it falls under that purview of this is worth money because we say it's worth money.
Yeah.
All things fall under that.
I understand that, but there are things that have like hundreds of years of transactions backing them up.
Like sandwiches?
Like sandwiches.
Well, I mean, all money is like that, right? Like you get like they used to use playing cards as money.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was like if you're in a society that says like they just decide that like I can exchange these peanut shells and you'll give me a banana for them, then those people can take those peanut shells they got for the banana and they can go and they can, buy a carburetor for them or something. It's just
Yeah.
one of those things where it's like you what I mean, the whole thing is that if you have enough of a footing, then if you tell enough people that it's worth money, then and enough people believe you, then it's worth something, right?
Well,
The biggest,
they didn't use peanut shells, but they used cowrie shells.
yeah, I know
Yeah.
that. But here's the thing that's weird is that, like, for the longest time when we were on the gold standard, which is now ancient history, I mean, you tell
Yeah.
people that we used to say,
Yeah.
like, you used to be able to walk into a bank and say, and you give them $100 and you'd say, I need $100 of the gold. I mean, it was like, okay, it's just like you were able to, get gold, and
Yeah.
and so people actually were able to, collect gold and use it as but the thing about gold is that it actually has like an industrial purpose. I mean, like it is used
Now it
for a lot
does,
of
yeah.
different things, not just for making rings and stuff like that, but I mean, for actual, like, it has a use. So it has an intrinsic value because it's
Commodity,
something
yeah.
that can be used. But and so there's a lot of people that said when we went off the gold standard, it was going to like cause our economy to collapse because nobody was going to believe that the dollar was worth anything anymore. But the thing was is that we had more money than we had gold, and so like we just couldn't do it anymore.
Well, I mean, when it comes to people saying that their widget is worth money, I mean, the way banks were created is basically a rich family would make their own bank, and they would write promissory notes and bank notes out. And
so here's a fun thing. Who started banking? Like if you go back, like most people agree that banks started where?
Rome.
It was, and I know this because I helped make a game that it was during the Crusades. Like basically the way that's why all of these monastic orders of knights had so much money, was that they were basically the bodyguards that got people from wherever they were in Europe to the Holy Land, and they would travel with them. Well, the thing was like back then you were rich not because you had a bunch of money, you were rich because you had a bunch of stuff. And so like, but you can't bring your entire house with you when you go to the Holy Land. So you would go and you would say, here's all my stuff. It was determined how much that stuff was worth. And then they would give you, as you said, a promissory note. They would give you basically, this is the value of your stuff. Here's your pieces of paper, whatever, that we will honor once you get to the Holy Land. And then you can buy more, you can buy your house back with the stuff that's when you get there. And then, but then, well, here's the deal. It's like they still had the stuff holed up in these castles and what have you. And
there was a big when paper money started to be popular and stuff. It was scary for people because you had valuable precious metals that had value in them versus this piece of paper that had stuff written on them, right? So around the time of Confederation for Canada, it was like 1867. They would have these phantom banks pop up where people would say, hey, especially in the Yukon, people during the gold rush, it's like, hey, here's a note, give me your $5 in silver, and this is just, you can spend this anywhere just the same, and it's not as heavy in your pocket, it's lighter, but it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. So then people go to cash it, they're like, what is this? This isn't anything. No, it's a banknote. No, it's not. There's no such bank. Or it was fake, or it was whatever.
I believe we ran into that down here too.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
I'm sure you did.
One of the banks in Canada was the Molson Bank, actually, from the Molson family.
Oh, the beer company?
Yep.
Oh.
Well, I would put my money there. No, I mean, it's just, I mean, the whole idea, like I said, the whole idea of banks is just, it's just one of those things where we just have accepted it as, enough people say it's a thing, and then you eventually just are like, yeah, okay, it's a thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Herd mentality.
What you been up to, Matt? You playing any games lately?
Played D&D tonight.
5th edition?
Yeah.
Boo. Anyway, go ahead.
I like it. It's, I mean, if I couldn't play fifth, I'd play first.
Yeah. There you go. So there you go.
Give me mine minus 10 AC any day.
Well, I think we can all agree that the Thaco was a bad idea, but but it's functionally the same. Here, I could go off on a rant here, but it's functionally the same, right? I mean, it's like it's whether when you have ascending AC, it is easier to grok, and you don't have to look at it, right? But it just make it. But it so like if you say, oh, my armor class is 17, and I got a +2 to hit, I got to roll a 15 or better on my die.
Yeah.
It's just easier to understand than.
I don't know. There is some stuff that 5e does that I really like. Like the advantage disadvantage rule is.
But that's functionally the same thing as having. It's just a dumbed down version of the old. I'll give you a +2 to you're like, oh well, shouldn't I get a bonus because I'm leaping off of the balcony and attacking from above? Fine, I'll give you a +2.
I mean, I never got that.
Well, it's because whatever. I mean, it was
I had a
just one of those
stingy
things-
DM.
I mean, advantage disadvantage is just it's functionally it more groks over to a +5 -5 is basically what it comes down to. The math that's what the math works out to. I got into an argument with my players the other day, and we were we were just because we're playing Dungeon Crawl Classics, and Dungeon Crawl Classics just says roll 3d6 and go down the line, and those are your stats. And
That's tough. I've done that too.
Yeah, and we had 2 people die, and so they had to make new characters, and one person got 117, and everything else was like an 8, 9, 10, or 11, and one person got no score higher than 12. And they were like, well, this sucks. And I was like, well, that's the rules we're playing by. And I was like, it functionally doesn't matter if you have a good stat. It just doesn't matter. And they're like, well, yeah, but I mean, I need more hope. And I was like, well, you need to get rid of that hope. I was like, yeah. I was just like, you've been playing D&D for 30 years with me. Having a +1 to hit doesn't give you anything. It gives you a 5% better chance to hit something. It's functionally nothing. It is. And I said, and the thing is that if any good DM worth their salt is just going to, and what they should be doing is since they control everything behind the curtain, it's just like, oh, well, all of you got tons of super high powerful +5 +6 to hit weapons now. Yeah, pretty much everything you run into is going to have 3 better points of armor class. I mean, just because you and people say, oh, we just want, it's like, we don't want it to be so hard, but it's like, I've done it before where you and this isn't every group, but my group, I've done it before where it's like, okay, fine. Then the next dungeon they go into, I mean, they're just basically making meat out of everything that they run into, and everything, nothing hits them, nothing does any damage to them. They're just going through everything like a buzzsaw, and they're like, well, this is boring. I was like, oh, I thought you wanted it to be easy though. I mean, it's just and it isn't, and finding a balance is difficult to do. And I don't know. It just,
I hear you. And
sometimes it's fun just to cut through things. So I actually I like if I level up, I want whatever I'm fighting to stay at the lowest level for the first fight and then go up, just so I feel the power that I just got.
Yeah, but here's the deal: you don't have to feel more powerful. If you're doing more damage, you still see yourself not doing 9 points of damage, where you see yourself doing 16, and that still feels crunchy, right? If you go up a level and you all of a sudden now you can throw fireballs at things, that feels better than casting Ebenezer's Scorcher or whatever. There are tons of things that you can still feel good. And oh, I got to level up. I get another attack every round. There's stuff like that. I mean, I understand you're saying what you feel. In my opinion, I guess I can. And here's the deal: I should listen to the players more. I shouldn't be telling them what they should enjoy, right? And I actually got one of my friends called me a dick. I was like, whoa. I was like, time out. I was like, we're playing a game here, and I was just like, I kind of called him out. And this is a guy I've known since I was 10. But I was still just like, dude, it's settle down. We're playing a game. It was just like, you know what? And I admittedly, I probably could have handled it better myself. I was like, you know what? You just fucking have whatever. Write down 18 for every stat. I don't care. I was just like, at this point, I was like, if it's that much of a problem that you're going to call me a dick over this, then either A, you come over here and sit behind the screen and you run the game, and I'll go out there and play. and then we'll make characters however you want, or just give yourself whatever stats you want. I don't care anymore.
TFO.
Yeah, it's just
Get
like,
the fuck out.
yeah, and he was like, "Arr, arr, arr," you know, just like, I was just like, well, you know, I mean, it's just like, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said it. I was like, yeah, you're right, you shouldn't have said it. And I was like, and I said, and to be fair, I said, as the DM, I'm supposed to be the bridge to the fun. I shouldn't be closing a door. You know, and it's like, if you are honestly not having fun because of the stats you rolled for your character, then I should be opening that door up and letting you cross the bridge to the fun. And it's just like, and again, in the back of my head, if he just wants higher stats, just make sure all the monsters they run to just have a little bit better anyway. And functionally, my game will continue running exactly the same way that I want it to.
You just adjust it.
And then they have it. Like, everybody's like, oh, I can't believe my big bad monster got taken out in like 2 rounds. Why? Give it 10 more hit points. You know, I'm just like, you know, if somebody runs up and does like 20 points of damage to it because of a lucky hit, either let it fall and just say, hey, that's awesome. Or if you wanted it to do one cool thing because you wanted it for the narrative, then just give it 5 more hit points. They don't know. You don't have it doesn't have a counter over its head that like says it's almost dead. I
was trying to explain to some of the younger, so we have like 2 younger players in our group, and 2 of us have played first edition when, you know, that was our first intro in the 70s, and then these 2 young fellows that play with us, I was trying to explain to them how you made a bard in first edition. And
it was impossible. You had to like level up to 6 in this, then 4 in this, then 8 in this, and then you can finally be a first level bard.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. And then you remember the Unearthed Arcana, the rolling system they had in there for your characters?
An old.
They had like, if you wanted to be like a fighter, they would tell you roll 9 dice for strength.
Oh yeah, that was an Unearthed Arcana. Where they said if you want to be this class, then just roll these changes or whatever. And that was like remember, if you were a paladin, you had to have a 17 charisma. And if you wanted to be a paladin, you had to have a 17 charisma. It was just like, nobody was a paladin
without a 17 charisma, would you?
What?
You wouldn't want to be a paladin without a 17 charisma, would you?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just, and the thing is that the paladin was like, you know, old first edition paladin. They had some cool powers, but they weren't that great. I mean, they were just.
No.
I mean, ultimately, especially when you got to do all of the Rangers, where it was at anyway. After when they put in weapon proficiencies and they allowed like Rangers to like specialize in bow, and it was just like they were doing double damage with if they were within 20 feet, they could do double damage. Yeah, it was just they just became murder machines.
I dropped an ancient Ren dragon in 3 arrows.
Yeah, you're just like, you know. Oh, you got surprise. So you get to actually shoot first before any combat happens. You know, you're just like, oh, and I get to shoot 3 times. You know, just they weren't arrows. They were like you were healing. You were throwing sharpened logs at people, going through them basically.
One thing I really liked about first edition compared to 5th is the way they did turn undead. As if you were a certain level, you would just destroy them. If you were, because they were like weakling undead, like skeletons. At 5th level skeleton, you just destroy them. A white or a vampire, you'd turn them away.
Yeah,
it was cool. I like that a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, instead of like just like, oh, I'm gonna like channel my positive energy and do damage to the things that are around me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I never. Yeah, it just doesn't.
Yeah, so I played D&D tonight. It was good. It was like the whole 3-hour session was just a battle, but it was good. It was a lot of fun. And my DM is we've kind of taken this one house rule to be no flanking advantage. It's more like this. And we saw this video. I was like, it's pretty cool. It's cinematic advantage. Basically, allows for more role play and describing what you're doing, versus so you can get the DM into it, like, oh yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, you get advantage for that or whatever it is.
You took out flanking? I mean, I know 5th edition doesn't have flanking anyway, right?
Well, it's optional, I guess, but whatever it is, it's advantage for if there's another person within 5 feet of you, of your attacker. and stuff. But just a lot of things like that. It makes it, because this time around when I started playing role-playing games again, I wanted to do a lot more role play versus just like rolling dice and hacking and slashing. I learned I wasn't very good at voices, so I stopped that.
I don't do voices and stuff, but I do get into the head of my character so much so that a couple weeks ago, someone asked me something and I said, well, my player thinks blah, blah, blah. And and they were like, wait, who am I talking to?
Uh-oh. Third person.
That's awesome. So you're like the Daniel Day-Lewis of D&D.
Yeah, method role playing. I really enjoy. I used to just play, basically, I have this character and stats and stuff like that, and not really role play. They could like think about what that character would do, kind of thing. And then I now play in campaigns that just go all the way up to 20, Pathfinder, but they go all the way up to 20. And this is the 5th one I've been in. Same DM, and he's created this whole world. And we've gone like hundreds of years, not hundreds, but maybe about 150 years. So like the history of our first campaign
neat.
Still affects like the 5th, and stuff like that. So, and in my first campaign with him, he was like, oh, you meet this girl in the inn and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I'll flirt with her, whatever. I ended up getting married to her, ended up having kids because he rolled for it and everything. And then he's like, your kids have been kidnapped. I was like, what? And I got all into it. And like my character went running around doing stupid stuff, got himself killed. And I was like, okay, now I'm like into the character. Like I actually care about what's going on in this world and stuff.
And that speaks a lot about your game master, I think.
He's really good at creating stuff like that.
Most of the game masters I've had, some of them, were just matter of fact type people. Back in the day when you would have a module and you would read the little part in the box.
Yeah, read the little blurb.
They wouldn't go beyond that. They would just like, this is the description that I've been given and this is what you're going to get. And the interactions were, okay at times, but other times were forced. So it really didn't pull any role playing from the players.
Yeah, I've played I've played 2 sessions of one module. I think it was the Rune Lords. And I was like, I'm not really into it. Because here's the thing, it's kind of like with the same thing with game design. Like if I feel like the story's already kind of written and the GM has no real control, then I just feel trapped. Like I'm in a level to level kind of thing. But because this guy is like, I have no idea what's going on. And sure, he may have a path and stuff like that, but it's very sandbox. We could all just decide, screw it. Let's go all get on the ship and go somewhere else. And, and he'll just flow with it. He'll make it happen. But
yeah,
I don't like being trapped and stuff like that. So I'm spoiled now. I want.
But wouldn't you?
Here's one of those things though that like there's you were talking about how like you had my kids have been kidnapped or whatever, which is which is cool, right? It's like you have this narrative going on. The last time I played, I was the only character in the campaign that actually lived the entire from the beginning of the campaign to the last day of the campaign. Like it was like, and my character I literally started him off as this happy-go-lucky guy. Just because everybody always said my characters are always jerks and dicks and everything. And I was just like, all right, fine. I'm just going to make this bard. I'd never played a bard before. And I was just like, he's just going to be happy-go-lucky and he's going to just love life. And he's just going to just try to do the right thing all the time. And then slowly but surely, because we got to pick, the DM allowed us to pick a certain number, depending upon our charisma, you had a certain number of people that were close friends. And so he said, just give me ideas of what you want your close friends to be. And then we'll go from there. So I had these, I gave him because I had a really high charisma because I was a bard. I was I had the most, so I was just so here's 7 of these people, including a couple people in my family and stuff like that. And I was like, here you go. And then came up with backgrounds for everybody. And we had pictures of them and things like that, just clip art and stuff like that. And slowly, one by one, they all got murdered. or like suffered curses, and just like, and I was just like, and slowly but surely my character, like, we don't use alignments, we think they're dumb, but I mean, it was just like he was probably neutral good, but towards the end he was just evil, and just not like evil like slay people indiscriminately, but like when his like, because he never knew his dad, but his uncle raised him, and when they finally killed off his uncle, the bad people, it was just like, I was like, that's it. One by one, he just went through, just because he had all the spells to make himself invisible and silent. I was just like, every single person that ever did Connor wrong is going right in the ground, just like, and one by one, like if we ended up in a town that had somebody that of like, and there was also this like religious sect of people, and they were the ones that were like had killed like members of my family. If I ever ran into any of those religious people, I didn't care. I would just like, I would, if I could, I would assassinate them, and just like, and like I remember there was a moment where like there was this big huge battle, and then there was like somebody I had cast hold person on and frozen, and we were on like a bridge, and everybody else was just like, we got to ask that guy some questions. I was like, not gonna happen. Shoved him off the bridge. Just said, see you later. And I was like, can I wait just long enough so he's just coming unparalyzed before I throw him over, so I can hear him scream before he hits the ground? And it's just, but yeah, good character arcs are important. And like I said, and then at the very end, there was supposed to, that religious sect of people was supposed to bring back this like archon of whatever, this deity or whatever. They were supposed to bring this one back, and I had found out that this sword that I had found actually had been used to slay a god before. This is a pretty long epic. The campaign lasts like 4 years, and one other player in my group wanted to bring this person back because it would bring this like new level of enlightenment and wonder or whatever like that. And so, but then I realized that like as soon as he brought her back, I would be able to slay her, and then that religious sect would be over. And as soon as he did, I was like, and I walk up and I plunge that sword in this like, and I mean, admittedly, it was like, a teenager girl's heart. It was just like, and I kill her, and then he killed me like immediately afterwards. But I was just like,
worth it.
Connor dies happy, knowing that the people that killed all of his friends and family will never have a god again. He just smiles as he fades into the great beyond. Just, and I was satisfied. I was very satisfied with that end. Yeah. And that's weird. I mean, it's like, and you when you get people talking about their character arcs and they get really passionate, like I feel myself, I'm like, you start thinking that would make like a great book or a great story or like a great movie. Like I'd watch that. And it's just, and it's tough. It's like, and that happens for the characters I play. That happens, 1 out of 20, maybe. You have to have the character live. You have to have, and because we don't play with resurrection or anything, we don't let people come back from the dead. I always think that's cheap. If you know that, all you got to do is throw some diamond dust on the body and make a quick prayer and bring them back, then you're never scared about going into the cave.
Diamond dust costs money.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but the thing is that yeah, you can just say, okay, diamond dust just is like doesn't exist or whatever. But I mean, it one is a function of the other, right? I mean, it's just kind of like, it's like, oh, I'm gonna make it super tough to get money. Well, that's kind of tough because I mean, when you're adventuring, not everybody, but you usually have thousands of gold, right? It's just like, or okay, so you make like the components to cast that spell rare, but it's functionally the same as just saying you can't raise dead. I mean, it's just like, it's one of those things where it's like, you just basically say it costs 1,000,000 jillion gold to raise dead, but you can get it done if you have 1,000,000 jillion gold.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a balancing issue. The way we play it is every time there's a like death that we have to raise, it's just like everybody hates it because it takes a huge chunk out of the treasure we just got. It really matters. We even played in one where there was a war going on, and suddenly the rarity of those gems, the cost of them went up because everybody was buying them because of the war. That made it interesting, the market and stuff.
Well, you're playing it wrong.
You heard it here, folks.
So my first character in these campaigns, the same one I was talking about, he only died 3 times from level 1 through 20. And
Well, the fact that you actually played to like level 20 is you are in like the less than 1% of.
that's the way this guy writes campaigns. Is it's supposed to go all the way from 1 to 20. They're about 2 years long. Sometimes we've overlapped them, so we're.
Oh my gosh, 2 years and you leveled that quickly? I mean, we played for 4 years, and I was the highest level character, and I was level 10.
I think it's medium XP game.
Well, I mean, but then again, we're really miserly with our XP too. And just like we
You play every week, every other week.
We usually try to play every other week. I mean, for example, also like we're playing Dungeon Crawl Classics now, and it's just kind of like, average adventure, you get like maybe 2 to 4 XP during a session. Well, to go from level 1 to level 2, it's 40 experience. So they're talking like 8 to 10 sessions before you get to level 2. So it's a very slow progression process that you go through. Whereas now, and to be fair, way back in the day, like in first edition D&D, once you got up to like 8th, 9th, 10th level, you were talking like hundreds of thousands of experience points.
Oh yeah,
to go up a
it was
level.
nuts.
I mean, and Gary Gygax in one of his editorials, he said your players should get to about level 3 after 6 months. They should get to level 6 in another year, and then they should gain a level about a year after that of playing. Like a regular like playing like 20 to 30 sessions a year, you should gain a level a year after you get to like level 6 or 7.
And then there's multitasking, multi-classing.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was just kind of like, well, that was the other thing too. When you can multi-class, there was absolutely no reason not to. Because like if you were an elf or a half elf, there was no reason not to be a fighter magic user or a fighter.
But you needed double the XP or triple the XP.
But the thing is that like when somebody else was like, I'm a 7th level fighter, and you'd be like, that's cool. I'm a level because the way the XP jumps were, it was like, you're a level 7 fighter. I'm a level 5/4 fighter thief. So yeah, I'm not level 7 in fighter, but I've got like 4 levels in thief and 5 levels in this, and I'm doing, and I've got all these other cool things. There was, if you were not, if you could multi-class, there was no reason not to. It was I mean, everybody in back when we played that, it was just like, that was like 2nd edition. Everybody was like, I'm a mage cleric, or I'm a mage thief, or it was just like, mage thief was like a friend of mine. He always played mage thieves. He just loved the combination of like, oh, I'm going to be a thief and I'm going to sneak around, but I've also got like these spells where I can use the spells to like help me hide and things like that.
I did mage thief and Ultima Online. It's my favorite build.
Yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about like, the fact that like if you you're already probably not wearing any armor anyway as a mage, so that helps you with thief abilities. I mean, go back to so like we were talking about, like last session we played, we were talking about, sorry about all the RPG contact, guys, but I mean, we were talking about like first level thieves in old AD&D, right? Or even like basic in BECME D&D, basic D&D. We were looking at the book, and a first level thief there was no adjustments. There was no adjustments for dex or race or anything. They have a 10% chance to open a lock. That was it. You had to roll a 10 or less on a percentile.
They had an 85% chance to climb walls.
No, climb walls they could do really easily, but it was like, a 10% chance. But my and that seems like insane, right? It was like, pick the lock. I can't. Okay, we'll come back after you gain a level. Just like, because that was what it was. It was, but the thing is that was 10% chance to pick any lock in the world. That could be the
no DC.
the goblin's foot locker, or His Royal Emperor Highness's treasure vault. 10% chance to unlock it. It was exactly the same for all of them. So it was it was one of those things where I mean, it's so wonky. I mean, back the old school stuff that we played, it's incredibly wonky. But it had its place, right? I mean, we definitely had our moments of glee and happiness. Playing that didn't make it unfun for us or anything like that. I was thinking about doing this, and I'll ask you guys, and I think I am going to do this. I'm not really asking whether I should or shouldn't do this, but like, there's lots of like Dungeon Master Resources is a really good Facebook group. There is DMs Only, which is a place where people can say, hey, I need some advice on how to do this. And there's lots of things in there to for people to ask questions and say, oh, I think oh geez, what is this? I gotta do something for work. But no, and it's just like some of these questions, like, and I was like, oh, I it's like people will post these answers, but I was thinking I could do a video, and like I could say, hey, these are questions, and this is how I would answer this, and then maybe eventually I can get people to actually like ask me questions, and I can answer them. But like here, and I apologize, my work world just called because one of my guys needs me to go in and unlock his he's trying to do something in one of our things, and I'm trying to get it so he can have access.
I saw your clickbait D&D behind the
Ha! You like that, did you?
I knew it was clickbait when I clicked it.
You should have.
I still give you a thumbs up. You got it.
Well, because your version of D&D does suck.
I'm gonna go thumbs down, man.
Oh, it's all the same to the algorithm.
I'm gonna not respond at all. No comment. No.
Yeah, there you go.
Unsubscribe.
No, I don't want to see what's new in Gmail. Get out of here. God, I hate stuff like this. Or here's a question somebody asked. It's like, what programs do you guys use to keep track of your campaign and the story? And I was just like, this. Go buy yourself a yellow legal notepad and have that, or I suppose you can have if you have a laptop, but I mean, and as you're DMing, you just like I've got one of these for every campaign I've ever done. And I always put in there, it's like, oh, it's like they flag down random peasant guy and ask him a question. I need to give him a name. Okay, his name is Hector. And I'm like, Hector, random peasant guy. In case I have to have Hector, like they find Hector's head in a pike later and it can have some sort of, but no, it's just like, that's what I use. I don't know. I mean, when you run a campaign, what do you use, Chris? Do you use anything? Do you use like a world builder program or anything like that?
I use Obsidian Portal. I don't know if you've seen it or not. Basically, you can have forums in there. You can have all your NPCs with pictures and little past things in there, adventure logs. It's great.
You know what I'm looking for is, as a player, I'm looking for something that I can just enter notes into, whereas like, have different record types like NPC, location, or whatever, and be able to search and cross-reference stuff.
You want to see what my my Star Wars one looks like in Obsidian Portal? I'll show you why it's so cool. If you let me share my screen.
It should be. I have. You can.
Oh, which screen is it? Let's see that one. Can you see it? You disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. So the top guys right here, these 5 are the players, right? But these are all NPCs. Like every NPC that really matters is in here. They can always go back. If I say a name, they can reference them. What's cool, you could even filter here and go, what was that Grand guy? And there's 2 Grands here. What about the Jedi? You can click on Jedi and see all the different Jedi they've run into.
Well, I mean
I also have all the adventure logs. So this is every adventure they've had, dates and everything.
Can you do locations? And
So what
stuff
what
too?
does this do that my legal pad doesn't do?
It lets them access it, and
I don't want that. I don't want them to access my
I can
notes.
decide what they can access. So, for instance,
This
like
looks like it costs money too. How much does this cost?
it's free to a certain level. It's free for me because I'm on it with my DM who's paying for it. But like these grayed out ones, only I can see.
So,
and I can
so
choose.
you know what cost me $1?
The pet,
yellow-
yeah,
a
I know
yellow
this
legal
is a
pad.
huge resource for them.
I'm just giving you my characters would never my players would never look into that. They literally
I mean,
would do nothing with it.
I also do a thing called what I call side episodes, which I run little stories with them on emails throughout the week. So, like, one of them might have, Amiri is a friend, and they go on a little adventure with the email. We go back and forth what they do and stuff. And then, like, later on, they'll run into Amiri, and they can say, oh, hey, this NPC's cool. We did this and this and this and this. And like they can introduce them to the group. This whole,
Obsidian Portal is what it's called.
Yeah. There's I'm on the cheap version of it or the free version of it, and you can pay to have more stuff added to it. But this works for me.
I'll have to take a look because we're using Fantasy Grounds to play right now, and it's got some good notes, and you can do communal notes so everybody can enter into, and that's fine. But I want to be able to like write stuff down and immediately say, where did we stay last campaign? What was the inn called, and what was the bartender's name, and stuff like that.
You can look all that stuff up. So when my my players never go, hey, what was that called? I just go, you know where to find that. Go look it up.
But again, once we get playing in person, I'm not sure how much any of this stuff I'm going to be using as a player anyways is going to be actually used, because you're sitting around a table with pens and paper.
Yeah, we're going to meet in July for the first time because they're all here. We just started this at the beginning of COVID. So, but even then, they have their iPads or whatever. I'll say, look it up. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah.
Because I put all the work in there to put it in there. They better look it up.
So I pre-ordered a game today that I was excited about. The sequel to Above and Below and Near and Far.
Then and now?
No, now and what is it?
Now
or never.
Now or never.
I saw it. I didn't even read. I didn't even look at what it was about. I'm like, yep, absolutely. A sequel to this. Those are two of my favorite games. I love the choose your own adventure thing about it. And I purchased it to pre-order, and then I watched the video and stuff like that. And I got to say, I was a little crestfallen that it doesn't have that storytelling element.
Does it
like
not? What's
it
in
does
it?
not have it like where you roll a die to get your all this stuff, and not that I could tell anyways, or not that the video covered.
So
It's an economic game.
Compete to rebuild an ancestral. It's a what game?
Economic trade game.
Is it cooperative?
It's not.
Well, it says you and three. Compete to build. I thought. Okay.
There's four character mats. I mean, it's really nice, and I'm sure I'll have fun playing it, but it's not what.
Well, if you want story, you get Sleeping Gods. There's no way that.
I heard about that. Danny was telling me about that today.
It's really the only thing that bothers me, not bothers me. The only thing that makes it so that I can't play that much is that I have a cat, and our game room is not sealable, so we can't just leave it out. I need to get a game table that has the pit where you can put the top on top of it, because otherwise it's kind of a big put together and stuff. And but it is great. It's very awesome.
I used to have a game table, but now it's a cat bed. It's actually, I took the legs off of it because one of my senior cats has a hard time getting up on stuff. So I've made cardboard box stairs.
Oh god.
And it's now sitting on 4 chairs instead of its legs. I also had to put one of those
You're
rubber
a good
fitted
pet
sheets.
owner.
Yeah. Jen wants to dedicate a room to her cats. Like she wants me to put shelving in the wall that they could climb up and all this. I'm like, I
Well,
don't
we
know
lock
about
the
all
door
this.
here at night, so otherwise they sleep on my wife's head.
We have a little bed for ours.
Midge has a bed. Yeah.
Like it looks like a bed. It has a little head post and all that.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
It's supposed to be for dolls. Like we bought it at IKEA, but it's like the perfect size.
Oh, I've seen those. Yeah, I've seen those.
He sleeps in it all the time.
Nudge usually sleeps on me, so
That's because
Yeah.
it wants to steal your breath or whatever it is.
he's got other ways to do that. I'm sure. Catnip. I mean, he loves a catnip.
There's just something about Ryan Lockett's games and all of the I can't remember what the group of games that the Miko illustrates for like the Raiders of North Sea and stuff like that. There's just something about those two groupings of games I really like visually.
I like those two. Although I will say, when Miko's art appears in other games, it throws me off.
Yeah, me
It
too.
feels like that should be, like that's the look of the Raider games.
Yeah.
And when I go to play like Villages of Valeria or whatever it is, I'm like, this feels like it should be in that world. It's such a strong look and feel,
It is. I really liked. I played the Paladins of the West Kingdom, I think it was called.
I haven't played it yet.
Oh, it was great. I played it at Daryl's thing a year and a half ago, and was it a year and a half ago? Yeah, I think so.
I have not played that one.
I enjoyed it. I've only played 2 of them. That one and Raiders.
Yeah, I played Raiders. I'm trying to remember if I played the second one.
There's
Which one's the
Architects.
one where they put them in jail? Or you can put other people's pieces in jail? Is that Architects?
That might be Architects.
I don't think I played that one.
I have played that one. I have that one.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
What's your favorite deck builder, Lance? Why do you hate deck building?
Lance hates fun.
No, I find them. There's a certain genre of deck builder that I like. I like deck builders that are just like with zero prep. I don't want to have to fight with people and say, okay, which 12 stacks are we going to use this particular game?
Yeah.
I really dislike that. I dislike playing games that other people have played 7,000 times, so they can just wait a minute, so I need to have this, so I have a 67.3% chance of being able to draw that card coming up here. I like the ones that are just here's the giant stack of cards in the middle, and everybody draws off of that, and and you get what you get, and you just play what you have, and you do the best you can.
Have you played Path of Light and Shadow?
Yeah, I play testing for that way back in the day.
Yeah, that's my
for
favorite deck.
It's good. I also like deck builders with a point. Obviously Dominion is a good game, and I've enjoyed my plays of it. But later on, I've gone ahead and played deck builders that have a point to them. Just kind of I want to. Not to toot the horn of Grey Fox, but Tortuga 2199. It's like space combat and flying around and doing cool space pirate battles and things like that. But it's a deck driven game. It's a deck building driven game, and I enjoy the feeling of that. Right.
Dominion is one of my favorite iPad ports.
Really?
Yeah, Dominion. What's it called? Lords of Waterdeep is fantastic.
I don't think I played that either.
Yeah.
on the iPad. I haven't played many of them. App
So is
games,
Stone Age,
so.
but I lost my iPad to the shop though, so I no longer have an iPad.
Damn that
You ever
shit.
played Tyrants of the Underdark?
God, I haven't heard any.
That game could have been. I mean, that game was fun, but man, it was just like it looked so garbage. Like you understand what I'm saying?
But it
Like
was still pretty good. I thought I was surprised it didn't get a lot of just like a lot of talk about it, because it came out just at the right time after Lords of Waterdeep, where people were talking about, oh yeah, D&D, making board game stuff. This is good. Then they came out with that, and it's just crickets. Nobody talked about it. I think it was a little more like cutthroat because it's area control or you take back kind of stuff that people didn't like.
Could be.
I don't know. Lords of Waterdeep is pretty tick that when you're stealing somebody's spot.
Yeah, well, see, I don't think of that as take that, because it's more like you just didn't get there fast enough. But if I work hard to get something and you take it from me, that's different feeling.
Yeah.
You just happen to get there and okay, I'll go over here.
Yeah.
But I can see Matt's point as being new to the hobby. You're playing that could be take that
It's
too.
also subjective, yeah.
I mean, it's just I don't know.
Can't think of
It just becomes like I there's nothing I detest more than playing a game where there is a discrepancy in turn length, I guess is a good way to put it, where it's like, oh, it gets to me and I have my 5 or 6 cards and it's like, oh, well, I've got this which lets me trash a card and I've got 3 coins. Okay, I guess I'll buy that guard. Okay, what's your thing? Okay, well, I do this, draw 2 cards. Oh, draw 3 more cards. Draw 2 cards. Okay, now I'm going to put this, and that gives me this, and that gives me this. Oh, and draw 3 more cards. And then, okay, hold on. Okay, so I get to buy another one of those. Take that. Well, another one of those. Okay, you're cursed. Okay. And, draw 2 more cards. Oh, now I got to shuffle my deck. Hold on, because I've gone through my entire deck. Hold on.
And
you just
you just got to learn to play better.
No, maybe, but I mean, there's nothing less fun than sitting through that turn of that person.
I suck at.
But there's nothing more fun of performing that action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're able to pull that off, that's what you've been building up to.
Well, but it's one of those things where it's like games shouldn't have a moment of like, hey, that's really awesome, and then actually it makes other people like being like, well, this is why am I here? I mean, it's just like your cool shouldn't be an uncool for somebody else.
I'm trying to think of a game where that actually might work.
And I mean, unless it's a game of direct conflict, then yes, of course. And the thing about that is, I was thinking about this. I was thinking about like how well that sucks, because we were playing a prototype actually, and somebody did it had a take that-y thing, and I remember. Josh asked me for my feedback, and I was like, that didn't feel cool at all, because there was just absolutely no way to defend myself against it. I'm okay with somebody saying, you know what, I'm going to move my armies in here and I'm going to try to bash you to death. Okay, well, cool. I still get to roll some dice. I still get to do something. I still get to fight it, right? But if it's a thing where it's just like, I'm going to play this card, give me all this cool stuff you have, it's just like, wow, great. I should play this more often. Just like, I think that's a situation where is it just me, or is Lance describing his problem with literally just playing a game? Maybe.
Yes.
Oh, games shouldn't have a mode of awesome that makes other people less awesome. Okay, I'm having a problem with this too now. Lan, tell me what you think. I'm having somebody directly say that my take. Why I don't think somebody else should have a why should your excitement about a portion of a game be lessen somebody else's enjoyment at the table? I mean, it's just is your happiness more important than somebody else's?
Yes.
So you explained 2 different things. The first thing you explained was someone going on and on because they had a real big turn. Can't you just sit there and go, oh, wow, you're doing a really cool thing. I'm happy you're having that cool turn. That's an
Well,
interesting thing you just did. How'd
Okay,
you?
so you would be
Instead of
fine with
going,
you would be
"Oh,
fine. You would be fine with sitting in there and playing an
not
hour of watching somebody else do cool
an
thing
hour.
after cool thing after cool thing, and
Yeah,
you don't get to do cool things.
That's an exaggeration. To me.
Yeah, an hour's a bit. Yeah.
Well, but that's fine. But I mean, the thing is that a game, yes, is a marathon, not a sprint, right? And it is a combination of moments. But it is my opinion that games should not have like like you should not have like unfun moments in games. I mean, you're sitting down at a table to play a game, and there are ways to make games that have that mishaps and bad things can happen to people, but there's ways to present those to people in ways that like it's part of the marathon that is the fun of the game. And I find that there's a lot of games that unfortunately like it like those unfun moments just kind of eventually stack up on top of each other
Well, I mean,
because
you're talking about two different things now. You're talking about this is the second part that you're talking about, where somebody takes something that you were working on. Now that I agree on, that's not fun. That's having the stuff you were working on taken from you and stuff. But the only thing I'm arguing is that you were talking about having to sit there while somebody does their turn. Well, if they're unless they're AP and don't know what they're doing and stuff, that makes sense. But if the game itself has them, chaining off of stuff and creating this awesome turn.
but see but that inherently is why games like Dominion and other games that like have these people that like number crunch down all the little tiny like percentages and everything like that, like that and it shouldn't just be it shouldn't just be deck builders, but it just seems to me that deck building seems to like the number crunching gamer that like that it seems to people gravitate towards those, and they tend to and admittedly, yeah, and I think this is a perfectly if I feel like I'm okay at deck building, I can hold my own. But but in any game that like if you are playing a game that like just doesn't really fit your I don't know like your expertise or in your wheelhouse is a good word, then you're not gonna have as much fun, right? Especially if you're playing it like the first time I ever played Terraforming Mars was absolutely ruined for me because the person who taught me like literally knew every card. Like they were just like and it was just like, oh no, you got why would you do that? And that was just the wrong person to play it with. But I wanted somebody that knew the rules and teach me, and they just obliterated me. At least like literally like I was like just trying to figure out how the game worked, and we got to the end, and it was like, oh look, I have 5 times your points, and I'm just like, this was fun, thank you. That's just like, which is like when
that person was a dick, so you don't play with them. Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Terraforming Mars is one of those games that if you know it well, you're going to destroy the new person.
Yeah.
It's not like there's a handicap or anything like that. I mean, even Seven Wonders is like that.
Yeah, that's true.
I think Seven Wonders is a little different. You can kind of teach people, like, I'll say this: I'll never play Seven Wonders with more than 3 people ever, just because you get somebody who's so focused on just doing their own thing, they're not looking at anybody around them. And so like you'll be sitting there on the other end of the table and you see somebody just feeding somebody green cards over and over again. You're just like, what are you doing?
It sounds like you have player problems, not game problems.
Perhaps. But player problems are a real thing. If you're sitting on a table and you have people at your table, you have player problems. I mean, and that is something where it's like we're not supposed to. We don't want to talk about saying anything negative
all the time,
about the people at our table, right?
I've seen people just go like, "Oh yeah, sure, I'll just do that," and you'll go, "If you do that, you're like handing them the win in 2 turns. You know that?" And they go, I'm just doing my turn. I'm like, "No, you're okay." Well, like I understand that, but that's people problems. That's not.
Yeah, that's not necessarily a game problem.
Maybe. But it just like I said, it just seems to me that like my games of Dominion like always seem to end up playing with somebody that like it was a situation where it was like they had gone on some Reddit thread, or that probably wasn't Reddit at the time. They'd gone on some BGG thread or something like that, and they'd found out some new strategy or whatever, and they like, you know, figured out exactly what they had to do to like thin their deck and make it perfect, and like where everybody else was just sitting there, oh yeah, I'll get a moat. Oh, okay. Village sounds
That's
good.
to play with those people. I wouldn't enjoy that game with
Yeah.
them either. But
Like I said, it just seems to be one of those things where people just seem to really, that it just seems to, people gravitate towards it. People that like, and more power to them if that's what they enjoy. They like just making a super lean card, you know, card deck building engine, and that's their enjoyment. And then more power to them to do that. But I mean, I don't find that fun. I mean,
so you're
I
saying
don't.
it's basically like counting cards.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and
Yeah.
I play with. There's a guy I know that he's just a math, he's crazy good math, and like he can, when we're playing poker, like he can sit there and he'll remember every card that's played, like, and every card that he's seen, he can just remember those things, and just like, you know, so playing like 7 card stud with him is like not fun because like he gets so much knowledge of all the different cards and everything like that. So and he excels at it, right? And it's just, but like that's one of those things that he's just able to sit there and do it. And and obviously he's really good at Dominion. Like he just figures those things out and he groks them really quick. I mean, somebody just said, so the question arises: do you play to win, or do you play to have fun? Well, I play just to check out a game, because I play a game maybe once, maybe twice, and then I never play it again. You know, unless it's something that the company's playtesting, and I just keep playing it over and
And
over
you
again.
played 1,000 times.
Yeah, you played 1,000 times, which, you know, isn't
you-
necessarily bad. Sometimes they're really good games, and usually if the games we don't like, then we just
I don't
Lance
think
plays to grump. Well, screw you, Alan.
Yeah.
I don't think those are mutually exclusive. Playing for fun and playing to win is the same thing.
But
Not-
I
not
think
true,
they
not true.
have.
I have
different
long
goals.
since abandoned my need to win to
Yeah.
have fun.
Not a need, but you play to win, and
No, I mean, honestly, I play to break games at this point to see, like, you know, I mean, like Scott Nicholson, not to name drop here, but Scott Nicholson taught me, like, the moment you just give up on trying to win and just try to have, like, make your own story and make your own thing and to see how things will work out if you do it, is the moment that like you'll start having fun playing games again. And I did that like 4 or 5 years ago after I went to a convention. I played games with him, and like, you know, you sit down to play a game and you're just like, oh, well, I'm just gonna see if I can do this, you know, and see how it works out. And sometimes, like, I remember I played a game of Shipyard. I hadn't played Shipyard in forever, and I just said, you know what, everybody else is making multiple ships and doing all these things, and I was like, I'm going to spend the entire game making one ship, the biggest ship I can possibly make it, and see if I can get it out of the port and make it out and see what happens. I ended up winning the game, but my whole goal was to just make this ridiculously stupid huge ship and see how far it would take me.
And I would argue that a good game designer would figure out what the most fun thing to do, make that the winning condition.
Well, so what's your excuse then for your games?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm out. I'm gone.
No, I mean, Asking for Troubles is still one of my favorite games, man. It still gets played.
Hey, did you see the big orange eyeball?
Yeah, I did, man. That's super cool. Yeah. I haven't played Evil Intent in a long time, though. I should, though.
Oh yeah, it's right next to it. I just noticed.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just like there's too many people in my family and 2 people in my group that are just, you know, just they can't have fun if they don't win, you know, and it's just like, and it kind of got beaten out of me.
I don't mean it that way. I try to win. If I don't win, I still have fun.
Yeah.
But
No,
I still try to win.
I get what you're saying, Chris. Like, you just got to learn to sort your groups. I mean, like, if you're there competitively and you know the group's going to be competitive, that's one situation. That's a different thing than you're just there to see what a game's like with a bunch of people, you know. And I can't. I'm lucky. I really haven't had too many experiences with this, you know, that I can think of. I only had the beer monitors, so it's That's the only group I really ever had. But even at cons, I don't think I really experienced where someone's there just to destroy you. You know.
I felt like that a few times. My first and only play of brass was destroyed by our teacher. Um, I went to, this is back in the day where Freddie Mercury was on the cover. Um, he was like, let me teach you brass. And, at a convention, I'll sit down to anything that somebody will teach. So I was like, sure. And he was like, here's 80% of the rules. Let's play. I'll teach you along the way. And then he'd do a thing and be like, I didn't tell you I could do that. Well, now you can play that next time. Destroy, destroy, destroy. And you're just like lost. You don't know what, and he's like, I'm not going to tell you what to do. Like, it was just like the worst experience that I was, even when the Kickstarter came on for the new stuff, I was like, that's gorgeous, but I just can't bring myself to back it after the experience.
Really?
It may be a great game, but I'll never know, or at least I won't know for a while.
Yeah.
I feel like now that it's been years, that was like BGG 2015, maybe. Now that it's been like 6 years or something, maybe I'll try it. But
yeah, I've been lucky. Even I had a situation with that, but even the dude who it happened to happen to, like he Don, he taught a lot of games to the guys at beer mongers and the secret cabal and all that. It's just so many games you forget rules. We got it. But he'd be like, I'm not going to do this now. I'm just going to say I have it. I can do it. But just I'm going to forewarn you because I just forgot about the rule. So but I can see if he's like, fuck it, I'm just going to kill you. I can see how that could turn you off of the game. Yeah.
Well, that's when a lot of the time when a teacher is not playing the game and they can just kind of be the tour guide.
Yeah.
That's nice. But I get, sometimes it's not fun for the person, and then they're there to play too sometimes, right?
I mean,
sometimes. Well, I mean, and here's the thing too. If you sit down to play a game and you're not having fun, what's the rule about just saying, look, this I don't want to spend another hour playing this.
I've done that.
Yeah, I definitely have done that.
I've taken the group temperature on games like that. Yeah.
I mean, if it's a game that you can play in 30 minutes, then fine, I'll get done with it, and then But I mean, there have been several games where I know that it's another hour or so, and I'm just like, yeah, I could be doing anything else. Like,
yeah.
And
one of the Arkham games was like that for me.
Oh, I know.
Well,
if you are like, there's like, okay, so like Eldritch Horror, Arkham Horror, it's like people was like, oh, let's go to a convention, I'll play Arkham. No, I'm not going to. Why? Because it's you're in a giant room, you can't hear anybody.
Yeah.
Every turn, the game already is a 3-hour game. Add in convention, add in everybody talking, add in like trying to get the game rolling and get everybody playing. Double that time. And once the game goes past that like normal period of time, the 2-3 hours that you normally would be okay with, you're just like, I don't want to do this anymore. Fine, let them destroy the world. I don't care. Let's just move on. Like a game like that, you can play at a convention with dedicated people in a room by yourself without a bunch of noise, without a bunch of distractions, without anything on. Other than that, leave that shit at home. And I get it too. People are like, well, this is a convention game. My Twilight Imperium is my convention game. It's just like, you are insane. You are insane. If that is the only way that you can get 4 to 6 people at a table to play a game, then fine. I guess I understand that. But no. Convention games are quick Euros where literally it takes like Taverns of Tiefenthal is like the most complex, like that I'm going to let somebody teach me for the first time ever at a convention. Other than that, it's like, give me a card game that you can teach me in like 5 minutes and let's sit down and play, or something that everybody knows how to play. It's just like, okay.
You see those guys at the Twilight Imperium booth and they're like playing, like, I hope you're just getting the broad strokes, because there's no point in sitting there for
I know.
Yeah.
It's like, and I've said this, I've said this repeatedly. Like, I remember, like, I forget what it was. It was On Mars was the game, which is not a simple game to learn from Vital. It is a complex game with layers, and now they're coming with an expansion. I was like, really? Did it sell that many copies that they're going to need an expansion for this? But whatever. So On Mars, and I walked into I walked into Con of the North, and I Con of the North in Minneapolis. I run the open board game room, and it's just like I've been doing it now for like a decade, and it's just like the thing I do when I'm there. And I remember I walked in, and these four guys walked in, and they had On Mars, and it was in shrink, and they were cracking it open. It was like 11 o'clock on a Friday, and they looked super jazzed. They were like, and I remember I was like, "Oh, On Mars," and they're like, "Yeah, have you played?" I was like, "Yeah, I played it once," and they're like, "Oh, and I was just like, "Yeah," and can we ask you rules questions? So I was like, "Sure, you can totally." I mean, I'm gonna be playing games and stuff, but maybe I can help out or whatever like that. I remember they cracked it open, and one guy opened up the Encyclopedia Britannica, and it is the rule book. And then the other people started punching the bits or whatever, and I remember that guy just took out that book and he was like this, and I remember it was like I had played like 3 games, and I looked over and they were still like setting up, and that guy was still nose in the rule book, and they might have had a blast. I know they finally got the game played, and I think they wrapped it up around 6 or something like that. And they probably thought it was great and whatever, but I mean, not for me, folks. Not for me. I'm not going to play that. I'm not going to do that.
I tap out around 2 hours for a game, for any game, and that's a long one. My sweet spot is like hour and a half.
How do you feel about that new Arkham Battlestar Galactica from FFG? There's a new Arkham.
Oh, is
what?
there?
No, there's no way they're having a battle. Arkham BSG. It says, speaking of Arkham Horror, how do you feel about the new Arkham BSG from FFG? I would have heard of something about this if let's see, Arkham.
You're just messing with
me. BSG from FFG.
My favorite thing to do at conventions is just get with a bunch of friends, and I'll teach them games I know that they don't, and they'll teach me games that I.
Yeah, exactly.
Sounds like a lie. I'm just gonna say that right now. But I'll bite Chad Roberts.
You're being messed with. Hey, I'm
Absolutely.
gonna I gotta get going.
Yeah.
All right, Christian.
Tomorrow.
Well, geez, look at this. Everybody's ducking out. Maybe me and Barry will have to hang out and talk.
Oh no.
Well, I appreciate you guys coming on. I don't know, Matt. You got anything you're working on? You wanna pimp?
Well, I'm not sure I can show it. I'm gonna ask the client, and I'll show it next week because it's really friggin' cool.
All right.
But I do have a lot of stuff I'm working on. Let's see. I got a really neat donut game that I'm working on, and it's going to be using.
Okay, according to them, they said it's going to be a reskin of Battlestar Galactica, but it's be based in Arkham Horror. I hadn't heard anything about this.
Weird.
So
that's kind of interesting, actually.
I mean, well, I can see how they could do it, right?
Yeah,
I mean, just like, oh, you've been whatever it is, like, abducted, or you've been converted to the.
No, that's going to be a 10-hour game.
Well, no, I'm sure it'll be a standalone game, right? In the world. I mean, I you know what? That'd be something I might actually buy. But I don't. But does somebody have a name for it? Does anybody have a link to any information about it or anything like that, other than just throwing because you don't make jokes like that. You don't come into my world and throw up some Battlestar Galactica theory and then log out of chat. Chad Roberts, I know where you live, son.
He's pulling a Peter.
Yeah, you don't come into my house, say this bullshit, try to walk away. He's not saying anything. Whatever.
Right later.
Chris, take care. Matthew, good to see you.
Forever, I'm Matthew now, eh?
You are Matthew. It's a good name. It's a strong name. It's a strong name.
In Hebrew, it means gift of the gods.
Well, there you go. Is that what you tell your wife?
Good night.
Just after hours. It's after midnight now. No, like my old boss at TMG. He's his name's Daniel, and I called him Dan once, and he just looked at me, and Daniel's like one of the nicest, kindest people I've ever met in my entire life, and he's super gentle, and he looked at me and goes, Lance, it's like I don't want to offend you or anything, and I was like, yeah, and he said, I ask very little, but could you just please never call me Dan? I want you to call me Daniel. It's the name my parents gave me, and I go by that. Go. And I was just like, that's cool, man. You're Daniel from now on. And he's like, I appreciate that. Thank you. I said, can you throw out a Danny boy every once in a while? He's like, no, please don't. Battlestar Galactica Atlantica. Arkham Horror Atlantica. Okay, let's check this shit out. Oh, he left. Okay. Battlestar Galactica Atlantica.
I think it's shenanigans.
Arkham Horror Atlantica is coming on June something. June 10th. What? It comes out like right now? No way. No way. Arkham Horror Atlantica. Well, I gotta buy this.
You gotta buy it. I gotta look into it a little bit.
Arkham Horror Atlantica. But I mean, it's just like one of those things where it's like coming June 10th. I mean, that would be like tomorrow.
Yeah, it's today actually.
Let's see here. Yeah, technically yes. Well, how do I Arkham Horror Files? Well, this is May 17th. Well, does anybody have a link? Put a link.
Yeah.
Undead Viking Videos Facebook sent me a link. Okay, well this is likely an instant buy for me. I mean, obviously, because
me too.
Battlestar Galactica is easily one of, if not the best games of all time. Let's see here. Fantasy Flight Games, clicking on link. Well, this doesn't tell us anything. That something is coming June 10th. So it's like, okay, it's a link to a page of a ship that's got, well, okay, I get it. It's gonna be something is coming June 10th. And then, well, so is it for sale? Land, you don't have to kiss my butt. Don't worry about it, brother. But I appreciate you saying that. I got a new behind the DM screen thing coming out on Friday. I'm gonna try to do it. I'm gonna get back into doing one of those every Friday, and I think I'm gonna do a double one actually, because I want to do the thing where I answer questions that I found on the internet, and hopefully people will send me those. But I want to know if I can buy one of these right now. I want to buy one. I want to buy one right now.
Yeah, it's looking.
Can I buy one? Why isn't it available? I want it in my hands right now.
It's just that you didn't hear anything. Usually Fantasy Flight would pump this. They wouldn't tell you exactly when it's coming out, but during that flight thing they would say.
So it's
something.
just okay, so Chad, it's just being announced tomorrow. It isn't coming out tomorrow. All right, well then I'm mad because I want this game already. So okay, so here, let me share this picture that I'm looking at. I might as well share the screen that I'm looking at with everybody else here. So sharing the screen so you can see it's like obviously some big Cthulhu-esque monster over here. Right. Another like Cthulhu like Deep One monster here. And this is the ship. And I'm gonna guess, even though it doesn't have a name on the side of it, I'm guessing this is the Atlantica. And then so this is a ship that is trying to get across the ocean and is being attacked by Cthulhu and what have you. And it's going to be like things like dealing with deep ones attacking the ship instead of spaceships. It's going to be dealing with and then putting in the little cards. And I'm sure somebody on the ship is going to be in cahoots with
The occultist.
the occultist or what have you. So, well,
I wonder.
I want to buy it right now. I want a copy right now.
Is the Cthulhu mythos big right now? I mean, outside of the like board games.
Oh, I mean, it's Cthulhu is always big. And here's the deal too. It's like almost nobody's actually read the H.P. Lovecraft stuff, and whether or not you're not going to read it because of whatever, just like
Heard a few actually.
yeah, I mean, because he's a piece of shit, which is true, but
yeah.
But here it's like, okay, here, what is this? This tweet FFG Arkham says, okay, this is soon we're ready to begin our alpha test for Arkham Horror Atlantica, a brand new game set in the Arkham universe that will re-implement the mechanics of Battlestar Galactica, the board game. The events of AH Atlantica occurred 10 to 20 years prior to those of other games in the setting. Players take on the roles of crew and passengers aboard the passenger liner Atlantica as it travels from Europe to the New England coast. Mid-voyage, a passenger is found dead under mysterious circumstances next to an open tome covered in arcane symbols. Soon after, massive figures are spotted following the ship from a distance, and a flood of voracious creatures, half fish, half human, begin clawing their way up the hull. As the ensuing crisis intensify, it quickly becomes clear that someone on board is hiding something. It may be just exhaustion playing tricks on your mind, but even once trusted individuals are starting to look a bit fishy. AH Atlantica introduces a brand new cast of characters to the Arkham universe. It does an excellent job at capturing the tension, mistrust, and paranoia of the game that inspired it. The designer, Tony Fonchi, has put in tremendous effort to maintain the feel of BSG while updating and adapting rules to better fit the new theme. The core elements are there and recognizable skill cards, skill checks, loyalty cards, titles, a sleeper phase, etc., but plenty of innovative steps have taken place to ensure that it's also an experience that stands on its own. Yeah. 3 to 6 people, require a minimum of 3. Well, I'm in. Done.
Yeah, so am I.
Done.
Son of a bitch.
I am like
It'll never get played though. God damn it.
yeah, I'm done. I mean, no, Battlestar Galactica is perennially in my top 3 probably of games, and Arkham Horror is the game that got me in. Arkham Horror and Eldritch Horror and the what is it? What was the dice one? Eldritch.
Elder Signs.
Elder Signs. All 3 of those are in my top 10. So, yeah, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm totally in. I will buy everything for this, but I'm still going to go to QsCon and get my Daybreak, of course, so I can have a complete PSG. But yeah, no, I'm totally in on this. And the thing is also when they say something where it's like where they do something where it's like, oh, we streamline the rules. Ugh. Sometimes I'm like, ugh. No, you streamlined the wrong thing. You did the wrong thing here. You changed something. I don't like this.
I'm trying to think, was that really that complex? I mean, did it really need?
It wasn't complex,
It's
but
been a while since I played.
Well, which one? Are you talking about Battlestar Galactica?
Yeah, Battlestar Galactica. It's been a while since I played.
It lasts too long.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you add in some of the expansion material, like having to go to Caprica and stuff like that. It probably lasts about an hour longer than it should.
Oh, that's one of them games I had a bad experience with.
If you strip the game down to just Battlestar, maybe add in the Pegasus expansion and stuff like that, so you kind of give the players a little bit of a leg up. And you can get a game done in less than 2 hours, which is kind of exactly where you want to be, right?
Yeah.
Just kind of like, the processes of the turns, take a little bit to get through. But I mean, really, it's pretty easy, right? I mean, it's just like, you just have to get those jump track cards to push yourself forward, and then and then you just to get to the point where then you can launch and you can go and do your thing and whatever so no, the game's fun. I like it.
Yeah,
it's like I said, it's one of my all-time faves, and
I was just trying to remember if it really needed to be streamlined. I guess I can't remember now. I don't think it was really that clunky of a game, even where it needed to be. I guess they got to do certain stuff for the theming, and maybe there was that one flaw. I think. Or you just got screwed as a player if somebody thought you were a Cylon and you got stuck in the brig from like the get go.
Well, but I mean, the
that's a
thing
group
is that
thing,
with
I
with a
think.
person in the brig, you're taking away, you're taking cards away. You're like, because that person can only play one card in
Yeah.
anything. So, and then when they're only able to do that, you're really hampering yourself. One of the best things in the world is if you are playing as the what's your dig the can't even talk. The best things ever is the fact that what was I saying? God, I shouldn't look at the chat because then I see something and I want to respond to that, and then I what was I saying, Barry?
Damn you, peanut gallery.
Yeah.
We were talking about being like named as a Cylon early on and then stuck in the break.
So if you're a Cylon early on, if you get into Cylon early on, you should basically take one turn to try to convince people to let you out. You should just say, "You got to let me out. It isn't me. It isn't me." If you spend more than two of your turns sitting in the brig as a Cylon, you've basically made it so you can't win the game, because it's better. It is better to gleefully admit you're a Cylon, kill yourself in the prison, and then go back to the resurrection ship, and then start actively doing things to start hurting them, and hope that if you're playing a more than 3-person game, hope that the secondary person steps in and stays hidden. That's your goal, right? So so the big thing is that but if somebody's sitting in the brig and they're not being let free, that there's nothing better than if that's a human. I mean, if you're the Cylon and you're watching them just like stew, and they're like, I'm not a Cylon, you're just like, just like, that's what a Cylon would say, blah blah blah. It's no, it's good stuff. It's
yeah, that's one of them games. It's like Game of Thrones. I've played it. I've enjoyed all the times I played it, but they were so far in between. I couldn't really get a strategy going. Like I get bits and pieces of one, but Game of Thrones was. I still don't think I played Game of Thrones with the complete complement.
Alan Brown said, "I've heard from multiple people the best silent strategy is just out yourself right off the bat." That is, I completely disagree with that, because the incessant like accusations and the like the over the top attempts of everybody trying to prove that they're the good person and they're not the bad person, and just like the like any deduction of like a slightly less than optimal play of another person, is just it's I mean, it sows discord between the people that are trying to win, and two, it just makes the game fun. I mean, it's just like, this goes back to, is it more fun to play the game, or you want to play a game with optimal strategy? I've heard more often than not, I've heard people like say that like, oh well, Arkham Horror, well, if you want to win Arkham Horror, you got to have somebody go to the newspaper spot in Arkham Horror and just sit there. And this is second edition Arkham Horror. Just sit there and do and draw things, because that's a way to make money. You can make tons of money, and then you have somebody come in there and take the money from you and deliver it to somebody else who can go buy Tommy guns for everybody, so you all have good weapons. And like, and so that's one person's job. Just go and sit in the newspaper and make money turn after turn after turn. Well, who wants to play like that?
Yeah.
Who wants to take the time and discern every little spot on the board, and what that part of the board is worth, and what that part of the board is good for, and what part of that is good for, and then like play like that. Oh, look, we won again because we figured out a way to like have a 73% chance of winning any single time we play. No, Arkham Horror is about traveling around and doing crazy shit and getting lost in time and space, and getting the shit kicked out of you, and losing and laughing the entire time.
Like again, I think that's a group thing. It could be the players' level of gaming too. I mean, I'm sure we all went through the phases with that.
the best thing that can ever happen to somebody is getting to the point where you don't care if you win or lose. And I've said
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Just and you know what, Chad? The thing is, if you play Wingspan and you take eggs and focus on eggs, you're going to win more often than not. Just you. Hey, just so everybody knows, oh, excuse me. I spoke to he mentioned he might be able to make it this evening, but he didn't. I think he went to bed. But I spoke to Rob Oren the other day.
Okay.
Yeah, we had a long conversation on the phone. He gave me a call, and anyway, he said he was going to try to come back on tonight, and he was unable to make it. But
still
I think
recovering.
Rob will. Yeah, he's still at home. He's starting to go back to work now. So I mean, if you don't know, Rob has had some health problems, and the he dealt with COVID. He nearly killed him. He had the surgery on his arm to fix his bicep. He's a 60-year-old man and he's still trying to be a 30-year-old man. But I mean, like I said, he's probably in better shape than I am. So what am I?
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, just yeah, I spoke to him. It's pretty good. So yeah, Rob is on the mend as it were.
That's good.
So yes,
He's a good guy.
He is a good guy. His heart's in the right place.
Yeah.
In his chest.
Where it belongs.
Pumping blood to his extremities. And yeah. So
did you see Loki yet?
No, I was gonna watch. I'm waiting to watch it with my son.
Your son,
He really likes the Marvel stuff. So, I think Rob lost like 71 pounds. I said he looks like the Crypt Keeper now. It's kind of
it's kind of scary how much.
But no, I haven't. I'm gonna try to watch it with him tomorrow night. I think after he gets home from Taekwondo, we'll sit down and give it a whirl. I've heard good things. People have said very positive things. Maybe the actor is really good. So
yeah, he is. No. Tittleson? No. I can't remember the guy's name. It was a good setup for the series, I think. Explained a lot, but it wasn't like force feeding shit to you like some of them do.
Yeah. So,
we finally finished The Sopranos, and then
really like the show that ended like 20 years ago or whatever.
Jen's been on this kick. We went through. What did it start with? We went through Friends. The Big Bang Theory. It started with that. Then she went through Friends. Then she went through another one, which I'm drawing a blank on. Then she went through The Sopranos. And in the middle of that, she went through all the Harry Potter movies. It's pretty much anything that comes up on HBO Plus or HBO Max.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we went through the entire series of all these shows. Well, she has. I'm in and out on them.
What did you think of the end of The Sopranos?
The second time around, I don't know. I'm kind of jaded because I know, in my mind, it makes sense. You could draw your conclusions either way. Yeah. At the time it happened, I was like everybody else, like a little, pissed off at first. And then,
I'll say this, and this is just I'll say this about any movie, any TV show that leaves it up to the audience to decide how it ends. A lot of people will say, "Oh, this is like, I just you decide because it's your story." No, it's your fucking story. Just stand your ground and make a choice, and let me decide whether I think you ended it well or not. Look at Game of Thrones, the way they end it. It's like and everybody just wanted to rain a shitstorm on them, saying it was horrible. look at you know, like you just make a choice. Just make a choice. Whether it's because to me that, and admittedly I think, and I don't know how it is, but to me I feel like the end of Inception. Well, did it topple? Did it stop spinning or not spinning? And it's just like, oh well, you make up your mind whether or not he was. And it's just kind of like, no, I don't. That to me is you just not wanting to make a choice and not wanting to be like vilified for that choice. Like you just can't make that decision. And so I think the same way with the Sopranos. Like I would have been fine with, and this is 20-year-old whatever. Um, uh
Focus,
like
Lance. Focus.
I just looked over and they're just like whatever so Game of Thrones, so here's the thing is like they I would have been fine, spoiler alert, I would have been fine with them like a definitive death for Tony Soprano, like getting into his car, starting it up, and having it blow up. Being like actually having a guy walk up and definitively shoot him in the back of the head or something like that. Just have a I would have been fine with it. I also would have been totally fine with an ending that alluded to the fact that like, they're working a RICO case against him. The fact that like, having him get arrested or something at the end, or having like any one of the things where it's just like having him like, being in some situation where, like, if you ever remember the old show The Shield.
Yeah.
Like, so I really like The Shield.
That.
Yeah. It was originally going to be called The Rampart or whatever. I remember they had all these commercials for it. It was going to be called The Rampart, and they changed the name to The Shield for some reason. But the end of that show with Vic Mackey, like he got away with it, right? He was corrupt and he was horrible and he was awful and he did all the bad things, and he ended up getting away with it and getting away with everything, but he was like, but everybody knew he was crooked, and everybody knew he was bad, and everybody knew he was a piece of crap, and he was basically like his wife left him, his kids weren't going to be around him at all, and he was basically stuck sitting at a desk working a grunt job for the rest of his life, and just basically like you just like you've been like just like he's gonna be miserable for the rest of his life. Like I don't know how you put that into a Tony Soprano thing, like he's going to prison for the rest of his life, or if he's just going to be worried for the rest of his life that somebody's going to come up and shoot him, or somebody that's going to, he's going to like, have to, or whatever, it's just like put him in witness protection. I would have been fine with any possible ending other than the fact of, oh, we're just going to have the screen go black. And then now you can have all these people kind of interpret what's going on. Just have him be assassinated. Just have him be killed. That's fine. I mean, it's just like, he doesn't get to have a happy ending. He's a horrible human being. That as a tribute to David Chase, he made us, root for him, right?
Yeah.
As being a horrible human being. They're still going to do that prequel movie, right?
Yeah. And that's why I kind of give Sopranos a pass, because at the time there was heavy talks of them doing a movie right after the series ended. So part of me was like, all right, they opened it up, left it open for that. And in a sense, they kind of got lucky, unfortunately, because, James got what happened to James Gandolfini. So, yeah. But, yeah, I agree with you. Other movies like Inception, and there's quite a few other ones where I get you,
Just pick an ending and let me decide whether I think your story ended well. But
yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to like I'm saying this to be hyperbolic, but I see it as just like a cowardly way to end a movie, honestly. And it's just like, just like, oh, I don't want to make a decision, so I'm just gonna like, it's up to you to interpret my art. Whatever, you're garbage. And that's just, but then again, maybe that's just me. I don't know. It's just, what the hell do I know? As we would we would say like all the time in Anthony Ricano. You'd just be like, we'd bitch about something for like 20 minutes together. But what the hell do I know? You know, just like, we would say that stuff all the time. I just Sopranos, the Clue ending. You choose which one you like best. Yeah, I would have liked that. 3 different possible endings. I would have gone for that. But all right. Well, it's getting close to 1, and you can't. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have to listen to us and complain like old men about TV shows because, what's the point, right? Barry, where'd you go?
I'm here. Hold on. I had to close the screen door. The cat, something's on the other side of the screen. The cat's going nuts.
Is it Bigfoot?
Well, it's got eyes.
Well, then must be Bigfoot. I remember our old cat, who I still feel sad that she I think she went somewhere to go die because she got out one night and she never left anymore because she used to sneak out when she was a younger cat, and then she'd come back. And one time she left for like almost a week and she came back. But I remember one time she got left outside for some reason because it was just, and she came back and she was all beat up. But for the longest time, there was this like this weird black cat that would sit outside like sit in our driveway or sit on like one of our posts in our fence. It would just stare at our house and whatever, and it was like weird. It was like and then she came back and she was beat up. She had like her leg was all like she had been bitten and scratched up and stuff like that. We took her to the vet and they were like, yeah, she just got into a fight when she got out one night or whatever, and they gave her some antibiotics and she didn't need any stitches or anything. But after that, she like never really went far. She just she would just go out on the deck and just kind of sit there and like stare at things and everything like that. And every once in a while she'd kill a mouse or something in our backyard or whatever. But for the most part, she just but like one day, about a year or two ago, like it was about a year ago or so, we were just like, I was like, has anybody seen Lily? And everybody's like, no. And we looked all over the house and nowhere. And like, I just expected, okay, she got out, she's going to come back. But she was getting older and I think she was a little sick. And, and I think she just crawled off somewhere to die. I still feel bad about that. I just wish that kind of sucks. It's like, I have no idea. I mean, like, did she end up somewhere at a shelter? Did she, she had a chip and stuff. So, I mean, it was like, you never got a call. We never got like, we put the ads in, lost cat and everything like that. Never got a call or anything like that. I just, yeah, that bugs me to this day because she never really ran off anymore. She didn't like go and sneak away or anything anymore. She didn't want to. She just was like, but that black cat never came back around. I'll tell you that much. She must have,
damn black cats.
Yeah, maybe beat the piss out of that thing and never wanted to come back. But
I have one. I know. He broke 2 ribs on me, son of a bitch.
No, I do. I just kind of, that's just one of those things where you're just kind of like, now we have the cat in our house that doesn't like anybody, doesn't like anyone, doesn't like being held, doesn't like being petted, but if she hasn't had any food in like 3 hours, she's
your buddy.
Yeah, just meow,
yeah.
meow,
Beager's kind of like that. He likes to be pet at a distance, from afar. But
the only way that she'll let herself anybody pet her is if she is sitting on something up high. Like she crawls on top of my speakers and my stereo over here because the stereo is warm, so she'll crawl up, and if it's on, she'll crawl up on top of it and nap on top of it. And if I walk over there and I start scratching her, like she'll lick my fingers and she'll like actually roll over and let me scratch her belly. But she's got to be up high. I think it makes her feel safe or something. Like I'm not gonna take her.
Weird. Well, I got males. They're all dominant shit. They're up high. Just leave them alone because they're gonna fuck you up. Yeah.
Hmm.
But it could just be a male thing.
And she chases the husky down all the time to play, and like that husky, and he's super gentle with her, but he'll like just sit there and like toss her around, and like but she doesn't run away. She like he'll like sit there and like spin her around, or just be slobbering on her, and she'll just sit there and like she'll meow at him and like bat at his nose, and she doesn't put her claws out either. She just bats at him and just sits there and plays with him until she's done, and then she like takes off. But like for 10-15 minutes, the two of them are just wrestling around. He outweighs her by 80 pounds.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Still a kid. Yeah.
Just
young.
They mentioned Lost, and the ending of Lost. The ending of Lost was fine. That's fine. I didn't care. It was like it was what it was. It was kind of thing. The thing that I absolutely hated about Lost in the last season was how they completely and totally screwed over the character of Locke.
Locke was
my favorite character. If you've watched it, that's fine. If but my favorite character in the show, Locke, and in the final season, after you get the big reveal, it's completely screwed over. No, Blade Runner doesn't have an ambivalent ending. He doesn't. It doesn't. It's like if you talk to the people who made the movie and everything like that, they no. There's ambivalent endings that are definitely like leaning in a direction. They don't leave it to the but then they mentioned the show Heroes, and the first season of Heroes is really good.
Yeah.
And then they had the writer's strike and everything.
Tanked, yeah. I feel that way with Lost. The first few. See, I got into Lost after the fact, though. Like after all the hype. So it could be that too. I can see how it changed. Watching TV for people, but I was already, that was already over by the time I watched it. I felt the same way with Lost, though. The first few seasons were all right, real good, and then it just went downhill.
Well, I mean, the thing is like when they finally admitted that they actually didn't have an ending planned, right?
Yeah.
They were just like, yeah, we don't know what we're doing.
Typical JJ.
Yeah. I don't know.
But TV and movies were different back then too. Like they were their separate entities.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Go ahead.
Lost was sort of like mini movie shots at the time. It wasn't. I can see how it did change. TV like The Sopranos. I see how that did too. How it. And The Shield, was it The Shield? Yeah, The Shield. With the bald guy.
To be fair, that last season of Sopranos really wasn't that good. I mean,
it wasn't.
It was. The show had been running out of steam for a while. I mean,
yeah.
It like what really ruined that. I mean, and you can't really prevent that, but what really ruined that show was when the actress who played his mom passed away.
Yeah,
she was a driving force in
Yeah.
that show, and that really, having her pass away really took a lot of the wheels off that show, and it just kind of screwed things up. Alan Brown, JJ and Damon planned the whole thing and lost. No, if you go, they actually have admitted that they did not know how they were going to end the show, and they go read some interviews. They basically were like, they had like rough sketches, but as far as actually connecting everything together, they were doing a lot of it on the fly. So I don't know. And don't worry, Kabuki Kid, they will screw up the Sandman series. It won't be nearly as good as the comics. We've all loved the comics. We all thought it was amazing, but they're going to take a giant piss on our happiness with that one.
Oh,
no, they are.
Just give it a chance.
I want them to do. I've heard a while back that Why the Last Man was actually in development for for TV or for like HBO or Showtime or one of those shows. And but it never. I don't know if it ever it never came to fruition. It must have just died on the vine.
There's just been shit like that. You know, with Stephen King forever, the Watchtower or the Dark Tower series was supposed to be a television on HBO, and then it bounced back and forth. You know, that stuff like that dies all the time, unfortunately.
Well, William, it says September 13th, 2021. Why the Last Man? See, it's gonna be on FX on FX on Hulu.
FX on Hulu. I'm debating on Hulu. I was at the point where I was going to get rid of it. I'm debating on it now.
Why the Last Man traverses a post-apocalyptic world in which a cataclysmic event decimates every mammal with a Y chromosome, but for one cisgender man and his pet monkey. The series follows the survivors in this new world as they struggle with their efforts to restore what was lost and the opportunity to build something better. So yeah, fantastic comic. I would if you can buy the whole you can buy the whole thing in compendiums now on the relative cheap, and it is very good. It is.
Did you ever read that Jupiter Ascending comic by Miller?
Yes, I did.
They just made a series out of it, which they just canceled on Netflix.
Well, they did like one season, and they were like, "When we're done, we're out."
Yeah, they released the actors and actresses. What did you think of it? Did you see it?
I haven't watched the show. The comic book was okay.
Jen didn't dig it. I didn't finish watching it. We got into like 2 or 3 episodes. Invincible. I did enjoy that one. Yeah, that the animated one on Prime. I think it was. We did finish watching that too. But I didn't realize. Like usually when I think of comic books, I think of the big, Marvel and DC, and to an extent Dark Horse and what was that other one? Image or something, to that. But I didn't realize there were so many takes on, like the same version, the type of superhero out there, which have their own different takes, and do it pretty well.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and then of course, if you haven't read Saga, you really should be reading Saga.
I never finished that one. I started it.
I don't think it's done. I think it's still going. I could be wrong.
Okay, yeah.
But Saga is really good. And
yeah, that was a good one.
And if you're not reading Saga, but then Saga needs to be made into a absolutely needs to be made into a whatchamadiggin? Into a
series,
a TV show. You totally could now.
Yeah. Now, do you think everything needs to be a series? Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if it can make money, sure, right?
Yeah. No, I mean from a fan's point of view, I don't know if everything does need to be a series.
Probably not.
Yeah.
I just like seeing him ruin it.
You like seeing them ruining it?
Yeah.
Too much hate in your heart, man.
No, just I mean, then you watch people, like lose their minds. You know what? Paul Tompkins says Saga's on the longest hiatus. You know what's on the longest hiatus? Kevin Smith's final installment to the Widening Gyre, which was a Batman thing, which was a great story, and and he's just like he's been supposed to do the sequel to it. The Whiting Guards tell a 6-issue comic series starring Batman. The series is written by Kevin Smith and illustrated by Walt Fleming. Titles wrestling to William Butler Yeats' poem "The Second Coming." The series was initially planned as 12 issues, with a long break planned between issues 6 and 7. After issue 6 was published, Smith and Fleming was working on the reality show Comic Book Man, extended this planned break further than expected. It was decided in the interim to release the remaining issues as a separate series to be called Batman Bellicosity that was due in 2014, but to date remains unreleased.
He's a little off.
It is a little off.
I do remember him recently talking about doing some work on it, but I don't remember how far he said he was along with it. And recently, I mean within like the last 6-8 months, yeah, maybe a year. But
Batman.
he's a little busy these days. He just did the He-Man thing and a couple other things.
Let's Batman Bellicosity. February 26th, 2020. Kevin Smith offers update on long delayed Batman. Let's see here. What does he say? The red folder goes in the everywhere. I've got 3 issues of art with notes for me and Walter to go back with and finish. It's been carrying this folder for 2 years. It's not Walter's fault. He's free as hell. It's just a matter of me putting down to it. I feel incredibly bad because I did an entire different miniseries in the interim. Right after my heart attack, Mark Millar was like, "Hey, do you want to do Hit Girl?" And I was like, "Oh, all right, Hit Girl." Personally, I'm not holding my breath for another Kevin Smith pen Batman comic. Granted, Smith's previous Batman comics does have its fans and its story for Detective Comics 1000, but it was actually pretty good. But I'm not a big fan of this particular saga. So yeah, he's basically said, "Yeah, I've been working on it."
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah. Yeah, I actually just started watching some of them DC, comic book stretches, the movies like the Superman Red Sun. Although I think that was just one book. Red Sun. They did an animated thing on it, and the Killing Joke, and a few others.
Well, what's this? Kabuki Kids. Kevin Smith is selling Jeff's Kiss T-shirts, sir, and I need to get a couple of those because I gave him that bad joke. What does that mean? I need backstory on this.
Jeff Kiss is like a thing he does when he thinks somebody did an excellent job well done or something. I guess he's putting it on he's branding it.
Yeah, but I don't know what I have no idea.
I don't know what the joke is. Yeah,
I don't know either. I don't even know what Jeff's Kiss is supposed to be. Jeff's Kiss.
It's when that type of
it's like a chef's kiss, but better. It is a kiss of perfection from actor Jeff Bridges, made famous by Kevin Smith and Mark Bernardin on the Fat Man Beyond podcast.
Yeah.
A Jeff's Kiss to the latest episode of WandaVision. I have no idea what that is.
It's just a thing Kevin Smith does. I listen to that in the background when I'm doing stuff throughout the day when it comes on. There's a few things actually I do. That's one of them.
So wait a minute, time out here. Kevin once said chef's kiss, and I jokingly asked if he said Jeff's kiss during a podcast. So this was like a live podcast, and you posted that. Wait a minute, I'm waiting for Kabuki to respond here. So Kevin once said chef's kiss, and I jokingly asked if he said Jeff's kiss. So you said that during like a podcast, like a live chat thing, and then he adopted it.
They do the podcast live, like what we used to do with Google Hangouts.
So is he going to give her? Is he going to give her residuals for it then?
Probably not.
So you're famous then, Kabuki Kid. So she's the one who made it. You should be getting money off those T-shirts if he's going to sell those.
Kabuki is a robot. She doesn't sleep. She's everywhere. She's a robot. I swear.
Well, which makes me wonder if she's corresponding back and forth with Kevin Smith in chats. Then, like, what the fuck is she doing talking here and hanging out here?
I don't know. I don't know what half the people are doing here.
Fair enough.
Some I get, some blow my mind.
Fair enough. Well, I'll write a letter to Kevin Smith, and I'll say, give Kabuki Kid the residuals because you should get the royalties. Well, if he doesn't, man, what a pile.
Pile.
What a pile.
Pile.
All right. Well, it is 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's call it an evening. We had no Scott Alden tonight. I don't know. I guess he hates us now.
Scotty hates us, that bastard. He
Scotty
probably has
does.
something to do.
Yeah, yeah, probably. Maybe he's getting some sleep. That boy needs his sleep.
Yeah. I figured
say
be on here
this.
promoting the con.
I'll say this. I now, because my kids don't have to get up and go I don't have to take my kids to school. I can sleep in a little bit, so I don't have to get up at 7 a.m. So it's kind of nice. I can sleep until like 9 a.m., which doesn't seem like a lot, but man,
it is.
Those extra couple hours.
Yeah, we're going through that here. It's a pretty quiet neighborhood for the most part, but I got this one neighbor. Yeah.
That
motherfucker. It's I have a horn from the train, a high whistle, and I'm looking to see if I have the solenoid to convert it, just so I can blast this thing. Because like Jen has to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go to work, and this dude's out there till like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning on a Wednesday. I can hear them now. Actually,
well, doing what?
They're just out there partying and shit. It's like it's a group of them, or they're it's.
Call the cops.
Yeah, I try to give him a couple chances first. I'm going to talk to him again. This will be the second time, and then I'm done.
Did you already talk to him? What did you say to him? Did you say?
Well, I was like, my wife gets up early. Could you calm him down after like 10:30 or something? It's like.
And what did they say?
They said, yeah, fine. And then, I lasted a week or so, and then it happened again. Yeah. Jen has called the cops on him. I prefer to talk to people first, but that's just me.
I do remember. We used to play D&D over my buddy Andy's apartment. Like he had this 1-bedroom apartment or whatever. And we played at his place, and we were there playing D&D, and we had the mutual friend, this guy named Scott, just huge guy, like just one of those guys that just like farm guys, 6'4", shaved his head, just looked like a brick shit house or whatever, and like and we had ordered food, right? We had ordered like Chinese food or something, and there was a knock on the door, and so he goes, oh, I'll get it, and he like lumbers over there like the giant moose that he is. He opens the door, and there's these two people sitting there, and they said, they're like, oh, hey, and like he's like, can I help you? And they're like, yeah. So like a couple of days ago, we had a party we were in the apartment below you, and I guess we were kind of loud, and like somebody like complained to the landlord, and like they told us that if we're loud again, like they're gonna evict us. So, hey, if you got a problem with us being loud or something, could you just like just come down and knock on our door and let us know? And he's like, yeah, okay. And they're like, okay, thanks. And they left. And it's just like, and to this day, we all think that basically they were like, gonna like, possibly like, hey, what's the problem?
And they solved
it. They open this door and the Hulk is looking down at them. They're just like, what? Oh, and like Andy, did you complain? And he was just like, no, I didn't complain at all, and I don't even know what they're talking about. But to this day, they're like, holy shit, we had to keep it down. Like they'll eat us. Yeah, but okay. She says this is so like I want to know where I don't see this. Where's the quote? I'm not gonna go through this whole thing. She's like, here's the thing where you can go to and you can see where the chef's kiss. This is on February 6th, 2021. 146,000 views. Well, a little bit more than I get.
Just a few.
Just a couple. Just a smidge.
Just a tad. Yeah.
Just a hair.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Just a couple more. Yeah. Just a couple more than he's got 553,000 subscribers. Just a couple more subscribers than I have as well. So
I will give it to Kevin Smith. He does have a following. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He does. And he caters to them a lot. Yeah.
Well, shouldn't he?
Well, no, I mean, Granted, he makes you pay for some of it, but I mean, you get some people, who are a little famous who don't really do that too much, But he is also one of them guys that'll charge you, hundreds of dollars to sit there, have a picture taken with him and maybe a discussion, a quick 5-minute discussion or something. But I guess that's just part of being in the game.
Yeah.
Got to make some money somehow. Yeah.
Always be hustling.
Always be hustling. But like I said, you got to admire the guy just for his career. Some of the shit he went through, whether it be forced on himself or not, and he still came out on top in most cases. Yeah.
All right, here I'm gonna see this moment here. She said go to 111.26. I'm gonna. Just waiting to see if okay.
You should stream. No, you probably shouldn't. Never mind.
This is riveting. I know.
Yeah, you probably get hit with copyright or something. No. Yeah, I didn't. Like I said, I listened to it. I did not realize.
Oh yeah.
Kabuki was part of that. I did notice there was a push on that lately, the Jeff Kiss merchandise, but I didn't realize Kabuki had a part of that.
All right, well there you go. He mentioned Kabuki Kid 111.26. Well, there you go. You can have that played at your funeral. There, Kabuki Kid. Won't that be nice?
Again, pissing on everybody's Cheerios. It was a moment in her life she was proud of.
No, she can still be proud of. She can just
you just gotta piss all over. Gotta get out more, Lance.
You know what? I just want my Arkham Horror Atlantica. That's all I want right now. I want a copy.
Yeah,
I want it yesterday, and I am now annoyed that this is something I didn't even know existed, and now and technically it probably doesn't exist right now.
I'm sure it does. In Fantasy Flight says something about. That's one thing I always did like about Fantasy Flight. There wasn't a bunch of this hype shit. They'd mention it, and then they just drop it. There wasn't any of this tag along hype shit with them. Yeah, most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and then you didn't have to wait like years with them, and there's like they mentioned it like 6 months before, 2 months before, whatever, and then dropped it. That's one thing I always did enjoy about them. Not that it doesn't work for other people, just my preference. But I also realized I got to find a gaming group. This ought to be fun. I can't go up to, with Jamie and Chris and that many guys anymore. Don, I would like to. It's just they're too far away to be doing it all the time. I don't think I'm ready to drive that far yet either. I thought I was, and then we went up to Philly. Well, not actually Philly. We went up to Aston, Bluebell, PA. And we got on that 476, and I realized, no, I'm not ready for this. And that's something I drove every day.
Lord Javi, if it's out and I have a copy, or you have a copy, or somebody has a copy, I will play BSG Arkham Atlantica, and we'll play, and we'll have a blast, and I will accuse you of being the cultist, and I'll put you in the brig.
Yes,
and we'll see what happens. Natural.
Right. At a con. 7,000 people there.
Well, no. We'll break into Scott's secret.
Yeah, conference. I got to make that sign. I forgot about that.
Yeah, make that sign.
I got some wood. There's something else I'm working on.
He'll need wood to make a glass cock.
Yes. I'm not a glass blower. But.
Oh, really?
But we know somebody who knows somebody.
Yeah,
but anyway, I'm not getting into that.
Knows somebody, and maybe
I'm waiting. Wood's finally leveling out. Lumber is, so I'm waiting.
Oh, tell me about it. I mean, not
starting
to
decline,
but I've got to buy bunch of 4x4s because we're gonna install a canopy over our deck.
Okay, pressure treated or
Yeah, of
cedar. Pressure treated.
Pressure
Okay.
treated, but yeah, they're like, a 4x4s used to cost me like, like $4 or $5 a piece, pressure treated,
no.
and now they're like 16, 18, $20.
Yeah.
It's just, it's
It's
ridiculous.
not good.
But it's just, but whatever. I'm just we're gonna get them, and then we got to put the things on the deck, the posts, and then put them up and get everything put together. I think I told my wife, I think we'll probably have a good 4 or 5 arguments, and need to stay away from each other for a while, but we'll get it done.
Yeah. Natural.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty normal.
Actually, I can't say that with me and Jen.
She's like, oh, do you want to maybe we should redo the flooring in the basement. And I said, I'd like to stay married.
Yeah. That's my problem with Jen.
I was like, no, I think because like this laminate is we tore up the carpet and put in the laminate like the 3rd year we lived here, and my dad and I did a lot of it, and she helped out, but we put it in, and it was cheap laminate, and it is definitely showing its wear and tear. 10 years of people walking on it. And
is it on a slab?
What?
Is it on concrete?
Yeah. Well, it's got. I mean, there's the
barriers, but yeah.
Yeah. So, it's definitely got all the the concrete doesn't give it a lot of give. So.
Yeah, I do miss wooden floors, Joyce. I miss floor Joyce. I'm on a slab too here.
Yeah. But.
Yeah, we went through that with the front room. With just picking a color. It was like, Jen, I don't care. Just pick a color. I want to get it painted.
Yeah,
so
but
move
I mean,
on.
and I'm not. I don't know your wife for sure, but I know that definitely it's one of those things where it's like if you tell somebody, and this is just your wife or your partner or whatever, but if you tell somebody just pick one, it kind of puts them in a position where it's like, well, if they pick the thing that's wrong, then it's all them, right? Yeah. It's like, oh, I picked this one, and that material ended up being a poor material, and it got wet, and it got warped, and there's all these things, and so it's like there has to be a certain buy-in to both parts, and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just, and I get it, but by saying just go ahead and pick whatever, I don't care, you feel like you're giving the other person the freedom, right? You feel like you're giving them like this like, go ahead, just do whatever you want, but in actuality you're actually making it difficult for them to make that decision because you're closing it in. You're making it all them, and then it's all on them.
I don't think that's the case with me. I was a contractor, so it's like I really
I'm
don't
not saying
care.
You're doing it on purpose.
No, but I mean, me and Jen.
That's what she feels. I'm just
me
saying.
and Jen actually talked about it. She brought that up once, and I was like, Jen, seriously, I was a contractor. I honestly don't care. If it was something I cared about, I saved, or something I thought was important. The only time it was our bedroom, I said I do not like pink, and she bought something called fuchsia, which is fucking pink. That was the only time. All right, but normally I don't care. Yeah, but I get what you're saying with other couples. Yeah, but like I said, I was a general contractor. I don't really care. It's like I know it's going to change eventually. Whatever. It could be fixed if it's that bad. Whatever.
Well, I didn't realize that you were so cool.
No, I understand in certain aspects. I get you, but with that type of thing, I built houses, I remodeled. I just don't care at this point. It's like whatever structurally sound and functional is good for me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I think it's. I tried to wrap this up like 20 minutes ago, and now it's 20 minutes later, obviously. So
this is the usual course.
Yeah, that's how it works. But all right, everybody, I appreciate you hanging tough. Kabuki Kid, I appreciate you slumming and hanging out with us. You star-studded Kevin Smith podcast follower.
Man,
Yeah, there you go.
you're all over Chloe and Grant, but you can't give Kabuki Smith.
Yeah, well, but I'll give you. But yeah, we'll be back here, fresh next week. Talk about whatever. If you can take the time to give me the old thumb up, that'd be cool. I wouldn't hate it, but if you can't,